Hello once again, welcome to the PokerStars Arena. If it's a Monday, it must be the Sunday Million. I know that sounds counterintuitive, but go with me on this. It starts on a Sunday. They played down from 9,779 to 72. Monday is day 2. Those 72 players return, and they play down to a winner tonight with a first prize of $54,500 plus bounties, and we're cards up all the way through to the conclusion this evening. Hello everyone, I am James Hartigan, alongside me, Joe Stapleton.
Hello, my Sunday $1 million babies.
Well, Joe, last week's Sunday Million kind of went the distance. Let's see what we're in for tonight.
Let's
get to our first feature table, shall we? Let's see if we've already lost a player. No, still at 72. I joke, but sometimes that happens. We missed the very first hand, and already we're down to 70. But nothing of consequence. The most interesting thing about this table is we have the chip leader, Meta Lindbergh, and that chip leader, who is playing from Mexico, has a cat avatar.
Oh, wow. It's been a while since we've seen a cat avatar go super deep. You know what? You said last week's Sunday Million went the distance, and it did, yeah. But it would, and typically, look, I'm not going to lie, typically when it goes super long, it can get a little annoying. This was so ridiculous that you couldn't even be mad at it. It was just so goofy, and no offense to anyone who's playing, but the sorts of plays we were seeing, the sorts of runouts we were seeing, I mean, dude who ended up winning, I say dude, I don't really know who it is, person who ended up winning, I think they thought 6-9 suited was their lucky hand because they all of a sudden just called it all in with it and then did it again, and both times busted people.
I believe it was Frost Egg who was the winner of last week's Sunday Million. It is Meta Lindbergh who has come to this week's Sunday Million as chip leader with 20.5 mil. The second biggest stack is 16 mil right now. Meta Lindbergh, we have seen this player on the Sunday Million before. The most interesting thing, and this is a hashtag fun fact, courtesy of StatTrick, Meta Lindbergh is a Danish vocalist for a psychedelic pop group. But I think that person just provided inspiration for this screen name. I don't think it's the real Meta Lindbergh playing on that account.
It's like if someone picked the name Lars Ulrich. It probably isn't Lars Ulrich playing.
Yes, yes. Meanwhile, we have Ace-Queen for MK, and over the other side of the table, we've got the Snowmans.
Nom nom. Nom nom.
And are we going to see a flip? Average stack right now is 6.9 million. And we have got the deuces to contend with as well. So 3-way to this flop, which is 7-5-3. 8's still good.
3 overcards for deuces. Man, that's the kind of stuff that makes me so mad when I play.
So the 100,000, 200,000 blind level, and blind's going up, by the way, inside of a minute. Average stack right now is about 35 bigs, which is relatively deep for the Sunday Million. 67 players remaining, so 5 bust out so far inside of 3 minutes. That ace gives MK the advantage.
MK Ultra. Man, I can't wait. I can't wait for the podcast this week, James. I'm so stoked. I'm just going to tease little bits here and there. I don't know if people want this. People listen to our podcast for different reasons. I'm so excited to talk about some of the hands that I played. Some legit, interesting hands.
Don't ruin it. Because this is what happens, is we end up teasing the podcast, and then we ended up burning the content on the Monday night stream. So let's save it.
I don't have time to go over all the details of these hands right now, so it's all
cool. Let's distract ourselves by getting Griffin Benja into the mix. Let's awaken the unicorn.
Hey guys, how you doing?
Good, thank you, Griffin. Great to have you with us as we see Queen 5 open from the chip leader, and Guz has got the Grafton, 10-9 suited.
Connect to Gazoink.
Is that a chip leader with a cat avatar?
Yes.
Wow.
And also, I would say not just a cat avatar, but if I look carefully, I'd say that's a fat cat. And you know I love a fat cat, and it has done wonders for all Kukukra's poker results. Chip leader up to 21 million. Significant advantage over the rest of the field right now, with 67 still remaining and a king, king, queen flop. So Beris, or Berry, with the best hand right now.
Yeah, and Gree here, with that ace of spades as well, there's going to be a lot of cards. Well, that's the gin
Ooh.
card that they're looking
Yes,
for.
absolutely. Absolutely. Gree with Broadway.
Terrible.
I've just been reminded, Griffin, that whilst we're talking cats, it has been some time since Kiki has made an appearance on stream.
Yeah, I think you're right. The last time she came on was when she summoned the Diamond Flush cooler. So I'll see if she's kicking about. It's getting quite cold here in Canada, so she's spending less and less time outside. So she's probably around.
We've got a
Wait a
guitar
second,
making a cameo appearance this evening, but no cat.
Your cat goes in and out?
Yep, our cat is an outdoor cat.
That's what most cats do, Joe.
I don't know
Ace King
anyone
opening here.
around here that can let their cat outside.
Well,
Yeah, I think maybe it's a bit.
not all of us
area
live on the
dependent.
planet Krypton, which is slowly kind of disintegrating in the heat.
It's not the heat here. There's mountain lions
Okay, well, there's that as well.
and coyotes.
And rattlesnakes, and if it's basically nature in all of its forms, whether it's in animal form or meteorological form, will kill you.
Oh boy. Domination
Yeah.
situation.
Jolin.
Mountain
And
lion
ace.
versus Kiki.
King holds, so that is going to be a double up for Gaga, and it is not much left for Berry, less than a milli.
Sorry, when your cat goes, you say your cat goes outside, you mean like out on the balcony or just roams the neighborhood and comes back?
Roams the neighborhood and comes back. Yeah.
That's pretty much how cats in the UK live as well. You basically, a lot of people just have like a cat flap, so the cat can come and go as it pleases, and they can be gone for huge periods of time.
So we have a really big kind of backyard area that connects to other backyards. It's not even in like that anyone uses. It's just there for cats to roam, it almost seems. And then so she has a lot of freedom to. She has a lot of friends across the way. You know, an old elderly couple likes taking her in sometimes and feeding her little treats. She's just like, you know, she's just getting a full life out here. We're very sort of anti-indoor cat. Being perfectly honest
I would
with you.
say I'd say the standard, certainly in the UK and most countries in Europe, is that cats basically just roam free. And that's what I love about them, because they'll then go and live with another family or get like multiple dinners, and you're lucky if they come home.
Yeah, they need fresh air. They need to have. You know,
We have a neighborhood cat that comes by our house and we feed it, and he makes the rounds and goes to all the. But
There
I
you
thought
go.
that was strange.
No, that's
Right,
the
right,
norm.
I think it
Cats
really
should not
depends where
be.
you live.
You can't mollycoddle a cat. You can't take a cat for a walk.
Literally called a house cat.
It really
No,
depends
cats-
where you live. I mean, like if you can have a situation where they can come and go, like, you know, if you live in an apartment building, it's going to be a bit difficult. Like, you know, well, if you're on a high floor.
Well, we've got nines opening here, and Gree with ace queen. And we have dropped down to 61 players, so 11 eliminations in the first 9 minutes.
I'm gonna go with the nines lives here.
Oh, I like it. Ga, ga, ooh, ga, ga. Nines are good.
Yeah.
And a million is the bet from Gree with the overs.
Yeah, you got to continue your story here as the see better, and sometimes something like that happens.
Yes, indeed. The ace on the turn, and Gree can now bet purely for value. And that deuce on the river doesn't change anything. But it's the nines betting here. And is this a spot, Griffin, where there's no sense in doing anything other than just calling?
I don't think so. I understand what Gaga's doing. Maybe, just not wanting to find themselves blown off by a hand like King Queen that might have 3-bet pre-flop and then might fire a big bet on the river. But, you're often just losing a million chips there.
Yeah. Very sweet. Makes a committing raise, the virtual all-in with Jack-10 from relatively early position. Gaga, who took most of Berry's chips earlier, now has a chance to finish them off, but 8-4 offsuit. Well, they're going to go for it. I guess there's a bounty on the line.
3.5 blinds too, right? So it's just very committed.
Well, Barry Greenstein made an appearance there, but that's not what finished off Berry. It was the 8 on the turn, and that will see Berry eliminated. Gaga claims the bounty and now has close to 10 million chips. Yeah, it was a very, very short stack.
I think we're going to see another all-in and call here. Two pretty strong heads-up hands.
Oh, overkill.
Oh,
2 3s on the flop. It's over on the turn. M flush KO'd. And Gaga gets a second bounty and is now up to 13.7 million. Wow, what a great start to the day for Gaga. Picks up Ace-King versus Ace-Queen, KOs the player a few hands later, takes another bounty on the very nice hand, very next hand, rather.
They've got a great poker face.
Very good, Joe. Very good. And just like that, we are down to 58, which means the current payout is $441, plus, of course, the bounties that players have collected over the course of yesterday and today. Next money jump will be when we are down to... Sorry, yeah, down to 47. 47 is when the next money jump is.
James, what's the... that... I know that show. The show that the MK28812... It's from Peep Show, right? You're a Peep Show guy? You're British?
I've seen like a few episodes, but I wouldn't call myself a Peep Show guy, no.
Hmm. You know who is a Peep Show guy?
I couldn't get into the format.
Vicky Corins.
I know that's the whole point.
Yeah, I'm the same, Joe. It kind of... I get that that's the kind of aesthetic of the show, but it just... I found it really uncomfortable.
Yeah.
So Queens and Nines, the best hand here. MK betting 621 into just over 2 million.
It reminded me of a British comedy version of Mad Dog McCree. Do you guys remember that video game where you would, like an old Western, and the guy would be like, "You got a lot of nerve in showing up in these parts," and then he would draw his gun and you'd have to shoot him, but if you shot him too soon, and it was all video clips. I'm surprised you don't remember this, Griffin.
I remember.
No, I don't actually.
Queens versus 4 deuce. Metallenberg slightly unmatched here, and look at the Queens. Trying to trap, but Metallenberg does not raise, just checks behind and goes to a 10-7-6 flop. Picks up a bit of equity on the turn with a straight draw. It's over.
Played pretty much perfectly so far. I know it's only been a couple rotations, but a couple of really loose opens, just recognizing some good spots, not falling into the trap of the limp there. You know, oftentimes he's got all these chips. Don't know a lot about an opponent. They limp in the small. You see something like 4 deuce, maybe you pop it up. This is definitely on the looser side from the small blind here, but, you know, has a lot of chips.
Well,
let's see 3.
I've said it before, Griffin, and I will say it again. Never underestimate the power of the Capital.
This hand
stab
seems
here with
kind
Jack
of
8.
button quickie, though.
Folds to the raise.
I wonder if there is some sort of correlation between Cat Vitar, cat lover, arrogant, overconfident, good poker player.
Maybe.
I do think that, obviously, many poker players do tend to be independent spirits, shall we say, and therefore probably much more suited to the mindset of a cat.
Independent spirit. Sorry, I said arrogant. I should have said independent spirit.
I don't. Also, people misunderstand the signals that cats give off. They're often seen sometimes as arrogant and aloof, when actually they're incredibly nervous creatures because they are prey animals. As you mentioned, Joe, where you are, they could get eaten by mountain lions.
And coyotes.
And rattlesnakes.
And designer pit bulls.
Yeah. Is that guy still
And
on the
Hollywood
scene? Is he still making
executives.
records?
Mr. Worldwide?
Pitbull. $1.65 million is the raise from Gaga.
I think that was my favorite joke ever from Big Mouth. You watch Big Mouth, Joe? I'm sure you have.
I did watch most of
Some
Big
of it.
Mouth. I haven't watched the newest season yet, but
Yeah, I think I'm about a season and a half behind. But that joke where the that one character's dog, he has a pit bull, and the dog is named featuring Ludacris.
Well, Nick's
Like a
Pizza
song, James. Pitbull featuring Ludacris. Ah, you'll get it.
with trip fives.
Don't do it, Gree. Don't get greedy.
Oh, no.
Uh-oh.
No.
didn't Gree just lose second pair and get it stuck in their eye too?
This is the
Ooh.
part where if Joe had the had Nick's hand, he'd just be like, "Oh my gosh, he's got a bigger
Yeah.
full house now."
Yeah, I would be really, really mad at this. I'd be so mad at this.
Nick trying to see if there's some incentive to bet, and I think there is because your opponent could have been check raising something like, 9-8 or 9-6. Certainly flush draws that have now made a flush, so you kind of have to go for value there with the lower full house. You're also thinking you'd probably hear from a 7 by now.
Gaga opening with ace-8. Stravante on the button with queen-jack.
Can't blame
Well-
Stravante for thinking about this. 6 bigs. You figure you're probably a little bit ahead, maybe sort of breaking even with the open range of Gaga here. So maybe you think might be my spot. Gaga will open something like Queen 10 or Queen 9 suited or Jack 10 off. But instead burns the entire time bank and decides to go make a sandwich.
And we have ace-deuce getting a little bit clicky, but works out. The re-raise from the small blind.
Wow.
52 remaining, so inside of 20 minutes, 20 eliminations so far. Gaga with the snowmans.
Nom nom. Nom nom.
Nom to the nom. I like the spirit of G-Gree.
There's an enthusiasm there, which I admire.
Yeah. The 9 of spades is gonna be look like a good flop to G-Gree. Ah.
Average stack is now at 9.4 million, so we're just above a 30 big blind average. Blind's currently 150,000, 300,000, going up in 10 minutes' time. The Sunday Million playing with 15-minute blind levels. Here we go, opening with ace-10. Is Nick going to defend with 8-3 off? No, he's not. Never.
By the way, the blinds levels did not matter at all last week. It was just complete pandemonium.
See, this is why you fold the queen jack and you go get yourself a snack. You
Exactly.
wait for those queens, kings, pardon me.
And
And you get a clean double against the num-nums.
well, now we can say that with some certainty as kings hold and Stravante doubles up. But it's still short, 10 big blinds.
I would just like to say, James, you do owe a num-num animation.
I kind of felt that in the middle of an all-in situation
know.
with someone's tournament life on the line, it would be inappropriate. I know it's weird that there is a line somewhere. You'd never guess it, but there is. Bless you.
Big fold from Cervanti in the big blind there, not wanting to C3 with the Jack-9 suited. So that was a little interesting.
Ace high, still the best hand on a king 9-4 flop.
Sometimes players just give off that happy to be here energy. And Cervanti blinding down to 4 bigs, doubling up, and then snap folding the Jack-9 suited in the big blind for 1 extra blind. Gives off that vibe.
I think Stravanti's having a great day. Made day 2 of the Sunday Million. Has had a snack, as you've observed, Griffin. Got that double up with kings. What's not to love about life right now?
You gotta play by feel just a little bit.
So Joe, correct me if I'm wrong. Correct me if I'm wrong, but you were you had a really cheeky smile on your face as you were sipping from your coffee cup, but it wasn't clear what the coffee cup said. So in case it was something really clever, maybe do it again and closer to the camera. And
it wasn't that it was
sorry,
clever. It was that someone walked in the
situation.
room and it was that someone walked in the room and handed it to me. So that's why I was smiling.
Oh, okay. Oh, okay. That wasn't clear actually. It looked like there might be a table over there. We don't know what's back there. Anything can be back there.
How come Joe Stapleton has an assistant in his part of the PokerStars arena and I'm on my own?
I was like, W Coop, no, I can't have someone come in the room and deliver something. Sunday Million, all right, yeah, come on in.
This is not right. Joe has table service. Griffin has a cat. I got nothing.
That's my trophy.
We only see.
Oh, does James have something in there?
Oh. No, you can see the award. It's the podcast award. It's the one that didn't get lost. Yeah, that's not the same as actually having a living creature or another human being. I can't talk to trophies, can I?
Joe, I don't know if you noticed, but this isn't even intentional, but I have a very sort of Last of Us vibe going on in my background today with the guitar and the vines, you know?
The ivy? Yeah.
Yeah, the ivy. Very Last of Us. More Last of Us 2. But.
So we got 9s, we got 10s, we got jacks, we got ace king. I mean, it could all kick off here.
Let's go.
Whoa.
We've seen the open from Gaga, the flat from Gree, now the re-raise from ace king. What's Nick going to do with his ladles?
Well, at this stage, it's a shove or fold, and I wouldn't fault Nick for folding. This is a pretty strong flat from Gree. Really strong squeeze from Flo, so I actually like the fold. I think this is kind of the best case scenario you're looking at here would be a big flip. You know, just because Gaga or Gree have 9s and 10s doesn't mean they could have had, you know, another ace king or a queens. And this is going to be interesting as well to see what Gree does. We've seen that Gree likes to take aggressive action, so does decide to continue. And, you know, if you're going to call here, you really shouldn't be finding a reason to fold, even when your opponent should be pretty nutted. And that's a lovely feeling to see that check back for Gree.
All I can think about is how mad I would be that I folded these jacks.
With the jack of hearts.
Yeah. These two specific jacks.
And Gree with all the equity right now, well, 91% of it. Overpair and the flush draw, gets a fold from ace king. And on we go to the next hand. 50 players now remaining. Getting close to another money jump.
You know, I've got a great story about folding jacks pre-flop that I can't wait to tell on the podcast this week.
There we go.
Yeah,
that's
very
it. Now, Griffin, don't
unconventional.
ask any follow-up questions.
Yeah. Okay, I won't. Very unconventional kind of check back from flow, but I think that the more I think about it, I quite like it there. You know, there was only what 5 million or so. Sorry, 8 million or so left effectively, and with like 6 million out there, so you don't really have a lot of room to start betting. So the fact that the player just didn't lose any more chips and remains with 30 big blinds, I think, is a really impressive thing here with 50 left in the Sunday Million.
So let's see what happens here. Nick with ace-king with the dominating hand. Gree with ace-jack offsuit. So full 3x re-raise.
Doesn't
These
feel
positions.
like a folder.
No, yeah,
Ooh, I was wrong.
for sure. Yeah.
Does lay
Well, no,
down the
you're
ace-jack.
not wrong, Joe. Just that
So-
spot, you know, you're getting 3x'd.
Meta Lindbergh, still the big stack on this table, but not the overall chip leader anymore. Danny Aziz, the Brazilian player, has 24 million, so is currently number one on the leaderboard. Danny has $2.7 million in PokerStars earnings and did win the Sunday Million a couple of years ago for just over 100K. And to answer Dirty Bird Chirp's question, no, there have been other occasions when Joe has put up an egg in a Superfan quiz.
Multiple, right?
I mean, it's rare, but
Yeah.
it's at least there's at least 10 to 15 times it's happened.
How many? I don't think I've won that many times.
That's a good one. I'm not going to waste StatTrick's time with doing the research, but has Joe had more victories or more scoreless results? That's a really good question. If a loyal member of our audience wants to do the research, and all 260-odd episodes are available still, go for it.
Not a bad board here for Flo NF. Gonna get a little revenge. And because this is just blind on blind and limped, it does check back though. I was going to say that maybe Flo could get a street from Grease Ace High on this turn, but because he has the board so crushed, decided to try to let Gree get something.
I'm enjoying Luke's analysis of who he's supporting at this table. Gree looks like Greg, but he put the last G at the start because someone already had the name Greg. So I've decided I'm cheering for pizza. Let's go pizza.
Nick's Pizza.
Not just anyone's pizza. Which is made with artisanal sourdough.
Ooh, sourdough artisanal.
That's really, really strong. Also, I feel so dumb for reading that as Spiza this whole time.
Yeah, you should.
I feel dumb.
But as we've established before, Griffin, you say what you see and you just make your own names for everyone. It's adorable.
MK, good opportunity to get a little shove through here.
Num,
Not
num,
only
num,
to
num.
do with the num-nums, but does pull the trigger.
And now we have a limp from FX100. FX, murder by illusion.
Not the way you want to play it.
The deadly
10,
art of illusion was
deadly
one of the
possession.
catchphrases, one of the posters.
I would love to see MK.
Man, I
not
loved
get
FX2 when I was a
greedy
kid.
pre-flop here. Just give him a little 900K. Yes! That's the size. Good discipline
FX.
from Mr. Spiza.
calls.
Yeah, and that's why
Great
I
fold
love
by
this raise
Spiza. I mean,
by
how much
MK.
trouble would you get in here? I mean, no, terrible fold by Spiza.
But it's over on the turn as the blinds go to 200,000, 400,000. Average stack 10.6 million with 46 players remaining. And Stravanti got that double up earlier on and has just been bleeding chips since and is now down to 1.7 million. And with jacks, I think we'll definitely have to get it in here. What is the bounty here? $445. Well, chip leader wants it.
Oh my
And
gosh. FX.
flops
What are you
best.
doing?
FX does have a wheel draw, Griffin. I would like to highlight that.
Gosh. Just miserable.
And backdoor spades for the side pot. Ah.
Unlucky.
Guy called me with King 3 and knocked me out. 46 left.
Yeah, Meta Lindbergh takes the chips, wins a bounty, reclaims the catbird seat. Meta Lindbergh #1 on the leaderboard with 45 remaining, 26.2 million. Now it's Greg with jacks. And now it's Nick's Pizza with kings.
Yeah, get excited now because that's all that's going to happen.
A big pocket pair on this particular hand. So yeah, we did get the money jump. Sorry, I missed it. That was when we got down to 47. So everyone's now guaranteed $608, plus of course bounties. With this being a progressive knockout, half the prize pool is in bounties. You earn real cash money every time you knock out a player. Pair of kings versus a pair of nines in a straight
right now,
draw.
what, $1,300? That's a lot.
Yeah, I wonder what the single biggest bounty available right now is, because I noticed that Meta Lindbergh doesn't have the little red target symbol. That means there's a bigger one out there somewhere. Board bricks out for MK. Who was in FX? Was it Brian Brown?
Yes, Brian Brown and Brian Dennehy, the Bryans.
The Bryans. Whatever happened to Brian Brown?
I don't know. B-R-Y-A-N and B-R-I-A-N. Yeah. I do not know what happened to Australian Brian Brown.
All of those
you think he's in Poker Face?
Movies. Wow, I mean...
Nice check.
I don't think
there from MK. Beauty.
I think Russell Crowe cast it with uniquely Australian actors, but...
What is FX?
It's a film from the mid-1980s, FX Murder by Illusion. It's about a special effects artist or makeup artist and also who does like squibs and stuff, who gets drawn in some complex plot to fake an assassination, except someone actually gets killed for real.
Oh.
He gets set up, and then he has to use the deadly art of illusion to prove his innocence. It's basically, what if the cops needed to hire a special effects artist to help them solve a crime?
Right.
It's weird that it comes up because I've just been watching the most recent season of The Crown, which focuses on the Fayeds as movie producers, and of course they were both execs on Chariots of Fire. Dodi Fayed was the executive producer on FX and its sequels, and was also the series creator of the TV show they made more recently.
Oh, that's wild. I didn't know there was a TV show.
Yeah. Okay, well, queens against king queen. It's Gaga all in with the king queen, and Gaga is all out.
What happened here?
That was a fast rise and fall for Gaga.
I was
mean, that was
talking
a
about what a
24 million
great...
chip pot. What happened?
I know.
Chat, tell us what happened.
Well, it all happened pre. I mean, king queen got it in against queens and lost.
No,
but
I understand that, but it was under the gun was Gaga, the all-in risk player. So how did he end up all-in for a 25 million chip pot, which is over 30 bigs?
by
Was it
overplaying
all-in?
king queen. I mean, positive tilt is a thing. The overconfidence. I'm off to a great start. I got ace king against ace queen. I've knocked out a player. I've got a couple of bounties here. And then you just kind of don't find the pause button. You don't take your foot off the gas. And no one can help you, Griffin, because everyone was too busy looking up Brian Brown on IMDb and Wikipedia.
Yeah, we all were.
He seems like the kind of guy that could have had like a character on Game of Thrones and no one would have noticed.
PS Anna 90. Anna, I like the commitment to the brand. Can you please update your avatar to the new PokerStars logo? Thank you.
Are there still rules as to how often you can update your avatar?
That's a good question. I don't know. But I feel at this point in time, you either go completely retro and do like the original PokerStars logo, or you go up to date. Not somewhere in the middle. Thank you, Isco, confirming that Gaga 4-bet shoved. So opened under the gun, Griffin. Queens re-raised, as they should. King Queen did, as I said, got carried away and then shoved.
Imagine Queen's holding there. You must be like Neo in the Matrix.
So that means Greg, who is playing from Brazil this evening, is now second overall in chips. Meta Lindberg has dropped down to fourth on the leaderboard. We have a player called Arhinjo from Belarus who has 30 million right now and is number one on the leaderboard with 39 remaining. FX all in with ace king. We've got sixes for MK. Oh, we've got the sailboats for call, but that's a fold. If sixes call, we could be off to the races.
What's the bounty? $500? Yeah, why not? 1.8 million? Yeah.
So flipping that coin, and it's a king on the flop, and it's over on the turn. FX 100 is KO'd. Bounty claimed by MK2812. And we are switching. Because we are going to check on one of the other chip leaders, a previous Sunday Million champion, Danny Aziz, a.k.a. Daniel Aziz from Brazil.
Uh-oh.
Oh.
And when you have a creepy like dog man as your avatar, you're kind of doing this to yourself, right? I mean, we've proven that cat avatars bring success, and I would say that a creepy dog man is gonna, you know, top set against top pair kind of energy.
Is that a person wearing a dog's face? What's going on there?
I'm telling you, it's like Uncanny Valley stuff. I don't like it. I don't like it!
I don't like it at all. I want it to stop.
Block that one. That's a block.
Do we have the power to do that?
No. Just get a post-it note, Griffin.
Oh,
big blob of blue
so
tack.
hard to fold. Igor,
Yikes.
you did this to yourself.
Igor in poker. Igor broke.
Jeez. Snap call.
I would like to remind everyone that blockers aren't real.
And that is
Nice
a not
fold.
insignificant pot.
Nice.
And aces again. And ace 4 again. Biggles folds the ace 4 instead. Yuri 50.
Wow, just needs one more nut, and then he has the nuts.
What? Oh, I see.
It's a reference to the avatar, Joe. Just humor him.
It's an acorn.
It's technically a nut, right?
And from little acorns grow
Big Griffins.
Biggles.
I think
has
I
opened.
think I know what a corn looks like, guys. Okay. It's a corn. Did it. It's
got the
got
juice.
the juice. It's got the juice.
How big is this pot going to get as Danny raises with jacks, re-raises rather, and Biggles might decide to go with the ace-queen here, and we could have another coin flip in our hands.
No.
First of all, it's Bigalis.
I prefer to call them
think-
Biggles.
What about big ales? They like big beers.
Yeah. Oh,
Oh,
big flap.
Oh! Well, it may not have all gone in pre, but I think we can say with some certainty that this pot is going to get bigger, potentially go all in now.
Yeah, I think Biggles needs to tread pretty lightly here. You would hate to just go broke. This is, these two are presumably both top 10 in chips entering this pot. You would hate to get coolered here against something like kings or aces, and of course jacks. So playing it a bit slow, which I think I like. Keep the bluffs in there, and maybe make a big fold by the river, or maybe be given a reason based on the run out. Maybe a king on the turn, which has not come. Certainly need to call this really small bet, and I think that this is a little silly actually from Danny. This is just too small. You unblock that queen, you really want to get paid by ace queen here, and if your opponent okay.
Sometimes you gotta let them be on top, Griffin. You gotta let them do the work. You just lay on your back, you let them do the work.
I think-
I know you love this situation right now.
Biggles has found his red baron. And this plane is about to get shot out of the sky.
Joe has fantasies late at night about betting really, really small with the nuts and then getting raised. It's just, yes, this is exactly why I bet so small. Just make them go on top.
81 behind. Get the bounty. Get that bounty. Boom.
Got him.
And we now have a monster chip leader with 35 players remaining. So more than half the field gone already. Danny Aziz now has 41.6 million chips. Is worth $1,500. Has the red target. That bounty, though, not in play because Danny has every other player covered right now. The second biggest stack is our start of day chip leader, Meta Lindberg, who's got 27 mil.
40 million chips. Jesus Christ.
I was going to say, if you think the Capitar has power, what about that one?
This guy is walking on water.
I actually quite like Danny's sizing here, really sizing up, unblocking that ace. Going to get called by so much of Matarinha's range here. If you think about the kind of hands Matty is going to be calling on the button. Hands like ace-jack. And that
The
bet,
ascension
though,
of Danny Aziz.
good fold.
Well, let's give a shout out to Rasta Bombast, who is watching on Twitch and is currently situated at the feature table.
Hey.
As Igor opens here with ace-king. Madarinia with sevens. Miranda on YouTube says, Griffey is a bit silly, but much love to him. I think that's a sentiment we would all agree with.
Correct. He's like our darling baby boy.
He's my special little boy.
He's our special little boy.
Nice takedown from
Nice.
Rasta there, and you complete with.
No
Jack
wonder
four.
Rasta started tuning in to see that one.
As the blinds go up to 250,000, 500,000. Average stack right now, 13.9 million. Madarinia opening with King Queen of Strawberries. We've got Ace, 4 of the same suit flatting. Ace Queen for the Fonz. Hey!
Hey, I'm going all in over here.
Sit on it.
Okay, Joe. For someone who's never seen Rambo, can you describe the plot to me?
Well, it
Which
depends
movie?
which Rambo you're talking about.
Okay,
The
First Blood,
original
is that the
Rambo
first one?
is wildly different from the rest of the Rambos.
The original movie is called First Blood. The second movie is called Rambo, First Blood Part 2. The third movie is called Rambo 3. The naming convention of these films is as bizarre as the progression of the character through those 3 films.
Right. So in
The
the
first
one,
movie, Griffin, is about a
a
soldier
war
with
veteran,
PTSD, who
yeah.
freaks
Yes.
out in the woods, and a local sheriff who's trying to track him down before he kills people.
Correct. The first movie
Also
is solid.
played by star of FX, Brian Dennehy.
That's true.
No way. What a connection.
It's all connected. All connected.
That's great.
By the time you get to Rambo 3, bypassing Rambo 2, he's on like some secret mission in Afghanistan. I mean, it's just...
In Rambo 3, Rambo is fighting on the side of, you guessed it, the Taliban,
Correct. To be fair, they were
because
the
they are
Mujahideen
fighting
then.
against the Russians.
I mean, to be fair, the CIA did give them most of their training and most of their arms. So, you know, you can't just blame Rambo.
I guess there's a Rambo 6 that just came out, like flew under the radar.
Yeah. There's been at least 2 recent versions of Rambo.
So you would only recommend what, the first one, or if I wanted to watch a Rambo movie?
I think the first one is a decent movie, but quite boring. If you want to watch, like, First Blood Part 2 is, like, I think the kind of Rambo movie everyone's, like, expecting.
Correct. I think that's that. But the third one I thought was just pretty grotesque, actually.
I didn't mind the fourth one, but it's very violent, which I believe is just called Rambo.
We've got a flush here. The third movie actually ran into trouble in the UK. I don't know whether other countries took action against it. It was made in the era before they had, like, you know, people on set to make sure that animals were well looked after, and to
Some
film the
horse shit,
scenes
right?
where
Oops, sorry.
yeah, the scenes where the horses are shot, they basically put tripwire down to basically bring the horses down, and many of the horses were actually maimed during the filming of that. So sorry to end the conversation on a downer, but that's another reason why I just don't like that movie. So change your
How do they-
avatar, Rasta Bombast.
Yeah. Well, I
You wanna
watched
fight a war?
the
gotta become one.
super extended version of Lord of the Rings: Return of the King last night, and there's a lot of horses doing a lot of crazy stuff. Someone
A
was
lot of
a little
endings. A lot of endings. Okay, we've got flush draw versus flush draw, plus the pair of sixes for Igor. And
Oh, boy.
I think Igor might just get a double up here.
Okay, I think we need to bring Kiki out for the multi-flush. Kiki! Is there someone who can deliver me a Kiki? My girlfriend might be home. with the cat.
So not only do
Cross
you
your
have a cat,
paws.
Griffin, you also have
Yes.
people who
I
are
also have
there
people,
to...
Yes.
Ship it.
Yeah, that is a full double up for KSV Igor, and that will mean that Igor has now moved into second place on the leaderboard. Danny has not only lost the chip lead, but has dropped out of the top 5, and it's Hinjo from Belarus who's once again chip leader with 37 million. And now we've got an all-in from Yuri 50. Danny makes the call with a better hand, ace-jack of clubs. But it is a queen high flop clubs. Nope, safe river for 50. And Danny drops even further from 40 million to less than 20 in what, 2 hands?
Yeah, and it's going to mean that we're going to see more of this dog human avatar. Ugh.
Man, I just wonder how many times, like, when you're playing poker, right? When I'm playing poker, Queen 10 here feels like I've just, like, whiffed entirely, which I have. But then you see the 2 9s, you're like, oh, they must also hate this board.
Yep.
Well, the Fonz still has the best hand. And the Fonz chips up to 15 million, which is the average now. Actually, the average is slightly higher, 15.7 million. 31 players remaining, which means we are already at 4 tables. Ace-5 raises. Rasta Bombast with 4-3 in the big blind. Folds.
So Rambo's like the villain of the first movie?
No. The villain is the way. The villains are the kind of local law enforcement, the way they treat this guy who's returned from the Vietnam War and is clearly suffering from PTSD. But it's not. It's a movie which doesn't really have kind of like heroes and villains. It's a bit more nuanced than that, whereas the later movies aren't nuanced at all. It's basically Rambo killing bad guys.
It has way more interesting things to say, but it's way less interesting to watch.
We're coming towards the end of the first session of play. A reminder that we started day 2 with 72, already down to 31, already down to the final 4 tables.
And you know what they might say?
Call. Oh.
We almost sang, boys.
I'm sorry, Griffin. I don't want to deny you.
So close.
I mean, for the audience's sanity, it's probably a good thing.
I feel like I watched a really cute movie where a kid was in the woods by himself pretending to be Rambo.
Son of Rambo.
Son of Rambo. I like that one.
Yeah, I thought it was all right. Okay, another chance here, Griffin. Ace-Queen and Ace-Queen.
But the 10s might, you know, with this open, this is going to get sort of shovey and then big decision-y. Ooh. You know, what do you do if, let's say Danny decides to shove here for 35 bigs. You're sitting there in the big blind with ace-queen. kind of have to fold.
Feels like
Yuri's
it.
Gonna have
but
a big decision.
yeah, because you can't win the bounty, right? If there was the $1,500 might influence your decision, but it's not in play.
Good point.
The only player.
Wow.
Oh, well, Madarina
Okay, so
still
these
calls
tens
it off.
Can find a fold now.
And obviously, Rasta Bombast, the only player who could win the bounty, but isn't calling with ace-4. And yeah, I guess tens now have to get away from this. And so it's ace-queen versus ace-queen. And guys, this is going to be a chop pot. And you know what they say? Everyone loves a chop pot. I think we should go on break. And quickly move on. As the first session comes to its conclusion, 30 players remain competing for that first prize tonight of $54,500 plus bounties. And just to recap, it is Hinjo from Belarus who currently sits in #1 position on the leaderboard. The chip leader currently has 34.7 million. The break is only 5 minutes. We'll be back to the tables very soon. But this is an opportunity for us to shout out a member of the team. I consider him to be part of the team. He is Tom. He is one of our Twitch mods. Now, Tom lives in Pennsylvania. So Tom is lucky enough to be an American who has access to real money PokerStars games. And Tom plays Spin and Goes. And Tom played a $25 Spin and Go on Stars. Now, I'm advised that in Pennsylvania, the single biggest multiplier is 1000x. Tom hit that multiplier. So that is a 30k spin effectively, because the winner gets 25k and then second and third get 2,500 each. But Tom didn't have to worry about finishing second or third. Tom took it down, and Tom won that spin and go for 25.
Yes, Tom. Yes, well done.
So yes, claps for Tom,
yes.
ladies and gentlemen. What a result. Hit the single biggest multiplier you can hit in Pennsylvania to win that spin and go and turn $25 into 25k. That is pretty awesome. And we like it. And we like it when people associated with the production win, and especially when it's someone who's as nice and as hardworking as Tom is, Joe.
Yeah, I mean, Tom is a very supportive member of the team. He's a great mod, and you'd expect that Tom is probably not a high-stakes player in general. You know, so someone like Sam Grafton wins 25K playing poker. Who cares? You know, he's probably in for 40 for the day. But my guess is that Tom, as a dad and a working person, probably isn't even firing that many $25 spin and goes. So I'm super, super stoked. I hope Tom gets to do something cool with the money. I know Tom has a family. That's the kind of money that makes a big difference when you're living in PA and have kids. So good for you.
Absolutely. Griffin, it is a frequently asked question how much poker you play these days. Now, of course, I know that before the pandemic, you're pretty much exclusively playing live events. We saw you make that deep run in the PSPC. You were still going to Vegas in the summer to play the World Series main. Then, of course, live events were off the agenda for 2 years. And then you started playing a little bit online again. But what's the balance like for you now?
Yeah, I would say mostly just live. I've been playing some cash games, you know, Playground Poker Club here in Montreal, which is fun to do. I wish they'd run more tournaments, but they only just recently started doing that. They're doing a once-a-month series there, and I've gone to the last two, cashing in both. So it's fun to get the blood pumping a little bit, because yeah, it has been really slow the last couple years. But hopefully I can maybe sneak into the PSPC if it all works out. Should be a cool little thing to do. I know that we, that it's a very exciting event, and we're going to be. I'm going to be in the booth mostly. But if I'm going to get an opportunity to give that one another crack, I think I'll probably try to do that.
Yeah, we'll talk about it again a bit later on, actually, because I think we're now in a position. We've been kind of crossing T's and dotting I's in terms of putting together our plans for the Bahamas, but I think we're now in a position to confirm exactly what we're going to be covering, exactly what we're going to be streaming. But I remember, Joe, it was the challenge in 2019, and it is going to be the challenge again in 2023, that you and I are going to be on our own. There is not a single poker player that is going to not play this 25K to sit in a booth with us and be on the microphone. We are, unfortunately, just going to have to sit back and wait for people to go broke.
Yeah, I mean, look, The odds that all of our co-commentators are unavailable after day one is relatively slim. But who are we to root against them, right? I don't want to be in a position where I'm like, man, I really hope Griffin goes broke because I'm exhausted because I don't want to do another 12-hour day of just me and James fumbling. Look, I've atrophied. Like, I've had a pro in the booth these last bunch of years. I don't really have to think about poker that much anymore. I don't have to be like, I guess there's like an unblocker situation here. I just get Griffin to tell me what the answer is. So, sorry, man. Hopefully one of you goes broke on day one.
Joe, you're not giving yourself enough credit, man. You're ready.
I don't think we should also confine ourselves to just our normal team. Obviously, there's going to be so many people in the Bahamas. I'm sure we can draw on the talents of any number of poker players to provide analysis. Right now, you are going to get a full 55 minutes of Griffin Benger's analysis, accompanied by Joe Stapleton.
Hello, my babies, down to the final 30. And there he goes. Enjoy. Joe Stapleton, Griffin Benger, 30 players remain in this week's Sunday Million. November 21st, 2022. 54,000 plus bounties to the winner. Top pair for Seessen? Seessenine? Aziz Essinen. Essenen.
Big time advantage. Sassanan. Sassanan.
It's nines backwards. Nines ES. Maybe that's what they're going for. Heart draw. 3.5 million. Well, whatever it is, it worked. Danny with the biggest bounty. Not the biggest stack anymore, though. Not even close. Easy come, easy go for Danny Aziz. And now raising with ace-7 suited.
So,
Ellie
in your
Moose asks,
estimation, Joe,
yes, Griffin, go ahead. Nope, go ahead.
No, please, you go. No, you go.
Ellie Moose asks, so was an American playing real money poker? Yes, we're talking about Tom. Our mob was playing real money poker in Pennsylvania, which is perfectly legal. Pennsylvania, New Jersey, Michigan, all perfectly legal at the moment. There's also legal online poker in Nevada, although PokerStars is not there.
So I'd say it's going pretty fast, Joe. An hour into last week, I heard there was a pretty long one. An hour into last week, I bet there wasn't 30 left from 72.
It went real quick last week up until about 11 players.
Ace, king, and tens with the ace-3 sitting out. So the situation's going to feel a bit shorter-handed for these players. I'd like to see if Igor goes for a flat or a 3-bet. Does go for just the call, so we're going to go to the flop with a pretty fair fight.
Thanks, Ed K. I left out Delaware from that list of states where you can play poker. Ace-high flop. I'm going to address this question from Misha, who says, I'm from the Netherlands. Is there a way to play poker with a VPN because I can't play with Dutch servers? I would strongly advise that no one play on PokerStars with a VPN. You will get caught, and they will confiscate your money. It's a reverse free roll for you. Do not do it. Pocket Kings under the gun for Danny.
Constantly getting hands. I'm telling you, if KSV Igor called the 6-9 suited, they're calling the sixes. Okay, in early position.
Sevens for Madarina. And also just calling King Queen.
Good fold, Sinus. And Yuri going to have a chance to peel one off as well, Mr. Acorn. It's Acorn.
It's got the juice.
We need the hearts. It's got the hearts.
Diamond, diamond, diamond. Griffin, what is that?
Forever?
Street Flash.
Love a good street flash.
And with an overpair to the board and a street flash draw, Igor bets 1.5 million. Called by Merdina, who's got a better flush draw, but guess what? A bigger overpair and a bigger flush draw for Danny. And that flush hits on the turn for everyone. 6 high flush, 7 high flush, king high flush.
You get a flush. You get a flush. Everybody gets a flush.
I think I would like the 4 diamonds to hit the river. Oh my goodness! Street flash! It's finally happened! Igor with the straight flush, Danny with the king high flush. Woo!
That's why we play,
Man,
baby.
if you're against the ace of diamonds here too, you've got the 6 high street flash versus the 5 high street flash. Danny bets 2.3 million. I don't know that we'll get to show this down. Igor puts enough out there to put Danny all in, who folds the king high. We don't get to see it.
No. Only we know. It's our dirty little secret, guys. That was exciting. Who knew?
Pair of 3s here for Yuri. Sorry, still recovering. Recovering from a straight flush. Whew. Yeah, Dirty Randy. If the ace of diamonds was out there, we would have seen some real fireworks. Yeah, Chino is noting that it was a nice fold and a fast one. 2 pair in the turn for Queen 3. Does not get paid off on the river.
Yeah, you know, obviously it was a nice fold. You have the third nuts, what often will feel like the second nuts there because you have the king high, but you know, situationally, if you really break down what's going on, you're 3 ways to that river. That player can't really have a bluff, you know, like in that pot, in that situation. So it's one of those situations where I think you can comfortably fold, you know, the top of your range like that. So good fold from Danny, but I think one that maybe even you'd be capable of.
I would snap fold, which I don't think it's a snap fold situation. I think it's a wait 2 seconds and fold.
I meant to Cinos and anyone else watching at home. If you're in that spot, right?
I thought you meant me. I'm like, no, I definitely fold. I fold.
No,
everything.
I know. Yeah, I know you'd fold. Yeah, you would have folded the turn once there were 4 diamonds. Just open fold. Oh, there's 2 of you in here. I'm not not messing around.
Danny with King Jack on the button. Raise and take it.
Kind of an intense religious avatar there, eh? Just Jesus. Just a glowing Jesus for you.
Igor with ace king now. SSN.
Hey, fans, what are you going to do with the ace king? You going to make a 1.2 million?
1.2 for the funds. Hey, sit on it. Did you know, Griffin Bencher, that Henry Winkler is widely regarded as one of the nicest people in Hollywood?
Nice. I'm happy to hear that. I feel like I've heard it before, but it's really great.
Ace-4 suited for Danny. Ooh, makes it $3 million. Fonz? Are we going to get the real sit on it?
I actually had dinner with someone in Hollywood the other night, and I heard some great stories that I probably will wait to share with you privately.
In Hollywood or from Hollywood?
From Hollywood.
We're
just
beyond
wanted
the
chat to know that they're missing out on the personal stories of Joe and Griffin.
We're beyond the phase in our friendship where you can come to LA and not see me or attempt to see me.
Yeah, no, I would never go to LA without you knowing. Although I did the last time I was there, when I was in Topeka.
Yeah, but we're
it was
past
only
that
for
now.
a birthday party. Oh, we weren't. We were still there back then. Okay.
Yeah. Pocket queens for Rasta Bombast. And nines just ship it in for 20 bigs.
Oh, Danny boy.
Danny is in for a rude awakening if they can't spike the 2-outer.
Gonna need Jesus here.
The 2-outer no good. That's it. Lights out for Danny from chip leader with 45 million to eliminated. Sorry, I shouldn't be laughing.
I mean, it's objectively hilarious, Joe. Please laugh. It is funny. We are laughing.
We're laughing because it hurts. And Rasta
Black
Bombast up to 33 million. Now I know why Rasta tuned in 30 minutes ago.
Come on, this guy's shoving my button. 9 big blinds.
Yeah, you got it.
This
King
is
suited king for 10 bigs. You got to
discrimination.
call this, right? Yeah, bounty on the
King
line.
3,
Not a big one.
Go.
King high out in front, and
Oh
no, it's a straight on the river for Black Cat.
That's why you fold the king jack. And just 29 ladies and gentlemen remain in this week's Sunday Million. Nice. I really like this raise from Rasta. Bottom of your range, you have a big chip edge over this player. Going to be really difficult for them to continue with hands such as this one. Might even raise a little bit more to try to really get the pot pre-flop here. Does take it down.
Madarina, ace-10 suited under the gun.
Madarina, Madarina, Madarina. Hey!
Black Cat, Queen 8 out. Fonz with the 6 high. Out of here. 3 deuce folds. 10-5, a.k.a. the hand that never wins in the small blind. King 10 dominated. Top pair for Madarina. Second pair for Igor.
Ooh,
Betting a call. 3 spades out there now. Igor
And
behind, but
that's
has
bad.
the flush draw. Madarina moves all in for 5.8 million.
nice.
$435 bounty, not enough for Igor to make this call. Speaking of which, Adam27X Griffin says bounties are quite small relative to the prize pool. Would you say that's a very stupid statement or an incredibly stupid statement?
I'll let you take it from here, Joe. Get him.
How much of the prize pool is bounties?
Half.
So they really can't be small relative to the prize pool, can they?
No, if it's half, it's just half of what the prize pool is. It's exactly
Queen 9 of
what they
diamonds
should be.
for Rasta Bombast. Jack 8 for Madarina. 7, 7, 6 in the flop. 1 diamond. 2 diamonds. $1.8 million the bet from Rasta. Has the best of it. Has a pretty good semi-bluffing hand at this point. Madarina with really no hope. Adam27X comes back to say, I meant the remaining bounties. So you've looked at the bounties of all of the 27 players left in this tournament, or just the ones that are at this table? Just want to double check real quick. Just want to double check. Oh, Rob's got an interesting point. All the bounties will eventually get up to 54,000 regardless, dude. Huh. That's interesting.
I've never noticed the floating clovers and stuff and the animation in the back behind us. It's kind of soothing. It's like a screensaver, but like a nice.
Yeah, we wait for that club to bounce perfectly in the corner, and when it does, we all cheer.
Yeah, no, I'm digging it. Should really be more aware of my surroundings.
Black Cat in the big blind with 8-5 cannot make the call against the under the gun raise.
Rasta bombast.
Ace-9 suited for your boy Rasta.
Adubchik says, I'm just glad there's no demon faces as profile pics. Well, KSV Igor's gotten pretty close.
That is pretty close. Last week we had Linda Blair in The Exorcist. It was a little troubling.
Oof.
Ankama de Basanamwa says, Joe, stop being arrogant, bro. You suck at poker, and that's why you comment and don't play as pro.
Why did I just get banned? Someone just banned my burner account there. Go Sinus. Go Sinus.
What I want to know, if it's embarrassing for me to commentate, how embarrassing is it for someone to comment on my commentating?
Yeah.
That's got to be, I mean, here's what I'm trying to bring back. Nice one, you bozo. No, it didn't work.
Ooh.
I'm trying to bring back bozo.
Yeah. Oh, you know what? I actually, not even me, my buddy Al was trying to bring back the other day. He told someone to get bent. Thought that was great.
Oh, get bent.
Yeah.
Aces on the button.
Get bent. Get bent, you bozo.
Yeah, add a little bozo to it.
If we can combine the powers. Go pound sand from John Delano. Nice.
Love to Write says, I keep trying to bring back Groovy, but no one's having any of that. I like that too.
Yeah.
Nope, Griffin not sold.
No, I don't know about Groovy.
There's a lady in our production team that says when she wants someone to F off, she'll say jog on. And I like that one.
Nice.
King 4 suited defends, flops a pair of 4s. Unfortunately, ain't good enough to beat the pair of aces from Fonz.
But some incentive for Madarena to continue, especially facing such a small bet. But that's not the turn card that they need. Don't fall for it, Madarena.
Live another day.
Does not fall up for it. Does live another day. A7 suited under the gun for Black Cat. Black Cat's got to be pretty excited to have spades, right? If your name is Black Cat, you gotta be extra jazzed to be suited in spades.
Yeah.
Ho ho ho! Spades versus Trip Queens.
Yeah, I don't disagree with you, Love to Write. Saying that groovy is the best word ever invented. It's a little strong. And really, if you don't like it, that really shows bad taste. I just don't think that things are groovy the way that they used to be groovy, you know? Like in the 60s, 70s, if people were saying things were groovy, it's because, like, it was a groovy time. Groovy things are happening, you know? Are we groovy?
It's gone all in on the flop. Full house on the turn and a better full house on the river. Double up Madarena. That was fun.
Wow, Mvul asking the important questions. If Black Cat acts before you, will you have bad luck at flop?
Ooh.
I mean, asking the important questions.
Rasta getting a little out of line here. 3-betting the under the gun razor. I mean, Fonz doesn't have it.
This is anti-Italian discrimination.
And takes it down with the little aggro ace-9 move.
Yeah, you know, the table's a little shorter handed than it normally is. It's a strong spot to 3-bet from, have a little blocker, try to find put a little pressure on. We're getting down to the, as it were, Joe, the nitty and the gritty.
That's right. Igor
The Lucy and the
raising
groovy.
Jack-10.
So I'm trying to integrate groovy, but it's just nothing groovy about this.
Fonz with an ace. Oh, decides to get out of line themselves.
Very nice.
And gets Jack-10 a fold. It's kind of like that weird avatar is kind of like God from Preacher, right?
The dog?
Yeah.
I never got that far in Preacher.
Oh, okay. Rob asked, did I watch the series finale of Walking Dead last night? I did not. I gave up on The Walking Dead a while ago.
I gave up on The Walking Dead after watching every single episode and being really into it after a single episode and never went back. It wasn't like a gradual thing. This is the season premiere. It was Glenn. I finished that episode and I turned to my girlfriend and said, I'm never watching that show again.
Glenn and Lucille?
Yes. The torture porn that was...
I think that's about when I quit. I think I made it a few more episodes into that season.
I don't often get like that, but it jumped the shark for me. I was just like, what am I doing here? I don't know if I want to do this.
I had quit before that and came back to it. Jack on Jack action. Igor outkicked. Does not improve on the river. I had quit multiple times and gone back to it. And then I think that...
Yeah, I mean, I don't think I was
quit
necessarily
around the same
always
time as
steady,
you.
but it was always like, oh, I got to get around to finishing the latest season of Walking. Like, it was still, you know, it was always in the rotation.
Yeah.
Had some really good highs, pretty good characters. Good music. And that is going to be
Woo,
a massive
baby!
double up for Sinus.
Essendon calls the shove. Igor value cut.
Look, there's a lot of people who stopped at the same time.
Yes, Gopal, who asked, Joe, do you play often as well? I don't play super often, but I've been playing a little bit more recently, and I'll be talking about my latest live poker trip on this week's episode of Poker in the Ears. It'll come out Thursday. You can subscribe to it for free anywhere people get podcasts, Stitcher, SoundCloud, iTunes. Are we on Google Play at this point? I think maybe. So there's lots of ways you can subscribe to it for free, and I've been trying to play a little bit more poker, both because I've been having opportunities to do it, and because I think that, obviously it'll make me a more well-rounded commentator. It's not really what I bring to the table as a commentator as poker expertise, but it's good to have more experience. So I've been playing a little bit more lately. 5, 5, 6, 2 hearts on this flop. Yori with 2 overs and hearts.
I would love to hear like one of the hands, Joe, like a little preview of the podcast.
I can't do it. James will get mad at me.
He's not watching. Come on. He's making himself a cup of tea. Just tell me.
I saw
Nice
someone
flop for
mention
Yuri.
Last of Us 2. We're going to talk about The Last of Us on one of the breaks later when James probably will have to nip out at some point. So Griffin and I will do a little video game discussion.
Sweet. I do want to address that comment, actually comparing it. But I don't think you've played Last of Us 2, have you?
Without getting into the
played...
conversation now, I just finished Last of Us 1 like a week or 2 ago.
Okay, and are you going to play 2?
That's it for now. We'll chat later.
We'll chat later. On air, though.
Yeah. During one of the breaks. We'll run out of poker stuff to talk about eventually. When Heads Up takes like 3 different hours and we have like in between we're like, well, it's still going. Anyway, let's talk video games.
Yeah. This doesn't seem like a particularly compelling hand for Yuri, but I think it's the opportunity was lost for Yuri on this flop. A great hand to shove pre-flop, didn't shove it. And then a great spot if you do decide you want to peel to just check raise and take your equity here on that flop. You started with 10 big blinds, and now you find yourself timing out with your acorn, and you're leaving $5 million out there, and that's why you're not even getting a final table. And I hope you're watching right now, because you should have done more.
Cautious Johnny says, Joe out there angle shooting an older guy by putting the wrong chip out this weekend. That did happen. I did angle shoot someone, and I'm going to have to talk about it on Thursday.
Nice. This is
Wednesday,
the time where I angle shot Maria Ho in the commentators game. Think about that sometimes. It's so fun.
Essendon raising ace queen gets called by 5-6 suited, who flops a 7 and a heart. Top pair though for Essendon. Down to 25 players, which means we are on a table balancing bubble, which is then followed by a pay jump bubble. Everybody guaranteed $852 right now. But if you can make it to 23rd place, you get up to almost 1,200. Leonardo Lead says, haha, that was so funny, Griffin.
Thanks, Leonardo. I love your work with the turtles. You're a good leader.
Bubblebutt says it's good to be able to think like the players are thinking in tough positions. Without playing, you won't be able to truly give good insight if you haven't been in that tough position. It's not my job to give good insight. Thank you for your comment.
It's my job to make you laugh.
I'm a broadcaster, not a poker player.
Mudokan Pop says Master Splinter gets no respect. I was talking about the leader of the turtles, not the trainer, sensei, grandfather figure, father figure of the turtles. So,
Essendon getting out of line with 9-3. Gets 9 deuce to fold.
do the artisanal thing, Joe. Come on, you have the power, right? Don't you have the
I do
command
have the
center
power.
there?
Ooh, sourdough suited. Which is artisanal.
Artisanal.
Sourdough under the gun. Flatted, excuse me, by Rasta Bombast. Fair enough.
Flatte bombaste.
Jack 8-8.
Five.
Queen of
Five
spades
would
on
be
the
funny.
turn. 1.5 million from Rasta gets ace 5 to fold.
Yuri.
Jack 7 under the gun for Rasta.
Yuri.
Folds ace 10 suited for Yuri. Fewer than 10 bigs.
You gotta shove, Yuri, and you're gonna run into ace queen. And you're probably gonna lose. You're probably watching this right now. But maybe you hit. Maybe you win. We don't know. Oh my gosh, you can't fold there, man. Or woman. Why? Oh, God. Actually dodged it. Incredible.
So that seat
Incredible.
has filled in. We're down to the final 3 tables. We're on a pay jump. And now it's ace 2 that's going to run into ace queen.
Yeah, and Fawn's with 30 bigs. I think you should just shove here. It does.
Yuri is going to love the fact that they folded ace 10 suited here. Ace 4 under the gun for Yuri. This is funny. A-Dub Shack says, after one of these streams, YouTube thought I would enjoy an hour-long video of artisanal sourdough making.
No way. That's amazing.
Dude, it reminds me of the time. Pocket aces for Black Cat. Let's see how this hand plays out, but I got a funny story about that I can tell real quick.
I'm loving this comment from Oceloto Reborn. Well, poker's also a game of chance, so we shouldn't shame the fella so much.
Correct,
Like,
I
you
agree.
got good energy. It's nice, you know. You're right. Good vibes.
Rasta trying to isolate with 2 10s, and does. Ace is looking real good. Aces double up. Black Cat survives. Small double. Still fewer than 10 bigs.
You know, in some cultures,
So I kept-
Joe, black cats
Yeah.
are good luck. Do you know that?
Cat
not all
fatars.
bad
In
luck-
our culture,
bad
we
luck.
love cats.
No,
Of
but
all
black
shapes
cats in
and sizes
particular,
and colors.
I think they're actually good luck in some cultures and bad in some. Very polarizing cat.
Essendon raising to 1.4 million. Rasta Bombast 3-betting. Whoa, this is crazy. K. Monty says, actually, I'm pretty concerned that PokerStars allow for all cards to be streamed open. The capability recalls the ultimate bet scandal involving super users. What?
Wait a minute. You think that people would use this information, like if they're at the tables, they would watch at the same time? But that's so immoral.
As far as
I
I'm
don't
concerned,
understand.
all the players have agreed to not watch this.
Yeah. Read the terms and conditions, buddy. Jeez. Really exposing yourself by saying that. You're saying that, like, if I was on this table, I would look. Just don't
You
look.
would cheat, right? Yeah.
Yeah.
Ace Jack for Rasta Bombast. Ace 4 suited for Kubala. New player at the table. We are, again, remember, on a pay jump. And Kubala's avatar leads me to believe that they're a bit of a live player as well.
Yeah, a bit of a shark full of themselves, maybe.
Checks through on the flop. King on the turn. Nobody's connected yet. And a bet on the turn wins it for Ace Jack. So, speaking of targeted ads, someone was recommended a hour-long sourdough video after watching our stream. For the longest time, I kept getting all of these targeted ads for various methods of cleaning your ears out. Like for candle drips and little vibrators and water squirters, until I realized, because I kept posting about poker in the ears, and
Oh my God.
all the ads were thinking I was complaining about having stuff in my ears, so I was getting all these ads. Back to the poker. Pocket queens for Black Cat. Not going to like what they see with the aces of Fonz. Igor also could be in trouble here, depending on how Fonz plays this.
That's so funny.
And Fonz flats. Rasta
And,
out. Yuri should be out.
KSV, I mean,
With just a
couple
flat,
different ways
yeah,
you
I
can
mean,
really go with this. I mean, if you think that Fonz is going to flat a lot of hands that they would fold, like let's say Fonz has pocket eights here, would probably call this amount and then fold to a shove for, so that's why we see the shove, and it's going to work perfectly in the favor of Fonz, and KSV is in trouble.
aces versus queens versus ace queen.
Oh, what
a
outer!
queen on the turn, the case queen. Black Cat is going to triple up. Igor eliminated. Fon's going to win the side pot from Igor, but Black Cat back up to
Jeez.
14 million now. And I just want to remind everyone that Ace Queen, the only player that got eliminated there, was blocking both aces and queens and was up against aces and queens. And I would just it's almost as if blockers aren't real. That's all. Just want to say, it's almost as if blockers
Almost.
aren't real. And especially considering that the one outer still hit on the turn.
What did I tell everyone 5 minutes ago? Black cats are good luck in some cultures. One outer. Oh, what did I say about black cats? Flush.
Wow, nice flop there for Black Cat. Not quite a street flash possible board, but close. Hood Hunter is telling me that Kubala's avatar is actually Victor Malinovsky. Okay. So not the player who's sitting at the table.
And the protection shove from Black Cat. Now, were Black Cat aware that nines backwards was drawing dead, would have just called, but wants to protect, not see another heart. And now again, ace queen into aces, and this time it's suited, and it's from the table chip leader and the bounty chip leader of the tournament, who's been very active, but actually he's going to get quite lucky that Kubala decided to 3-bet. I think that decided to flat. If Kubala had 3-bet, Rasa might have put in these 23-ish bigs. And a good board for Rasta to, only really lose one street. I think this is going to have to play as a check call, especially for this size. But with a turn like that, Rasta will feel comfortable just folding.
It's so weird. I remember when I started in poker that, chasing draws was something you would mock someone for, and now you have to even, call with one spade, one straight card. 3 jacks on this board. Full house for Kubala.
Yeah, I think there was an interesting sort of relationship between human nature and kind of fairness in the early days of poker, where it's just if someone hits their flop, it's just I have ownership of this now. This is what's fair, is that I win. It's not fair if you continue with a hand that's losing and get there, but it's just the game's
This
changed
is my
so much
board.
now. Yeah.
Kubala bets 5.8 million. Trying to get a call from ace high. Trying to get a call from an 8 or a 7.
I think it's going to be hard for Kubala to show up with a lot of bluffs here. It would be just kind of like weird. So Rasta going to fold that ace queen high. Bombasti.
Cosmo Lupo says, I haven't ever heard anyone even mention blockers in live poker. Well, people probably aren't talking out their hands in live poker. It would be a bit of a mistake for them to say, well, I've got blockers here. I call. Also, they're not real. SNN raising king 9 off. Notorious on Twitch says, surely you shove the 7s. The 7s have been shoved. And stop calling me Shirley. It is always coming 7. Yuri doubles up.
Good job, Yuri. I feel like Yuri is just like a sentient squirrel with his one little acorn, just trying to survive the winter that is this Sunday Million. You can do it.
Ace 3 suited on the button for Rasta. 9-6 suited for Kubala. Ace, Jack, 9, 3 diamonds, top pair for Rasta. Darla asks, Avatar looks like Limitless. Can you confirm? Yes. Has been confirmed. Kubala's photo is Limitless. Thank you for your question. Trip. Ace is on the turn for Rasta.
Bradley Cooper plays poker?
Rasta value betting. Jay the Runner on Twitch says, what a cockroach. I don't know who you're talking about, but it's a little too far no matter who it is.
Yuri, this is your moment, Yuri, brother, sister. The blinds have gone up. Even if Rasta opens here, you got to take these 6s and you got to put them all in. This is how we get to the final table. You can't
and so have
fold
pay
these
jumps.
6s. Oh,
Everyone,
and don't min raise it. Yuri.
Min raises. It works.
Yuri.
Everyone guaranteed about $1,200 now.
Little squirrel.
Yuri with 6 deuce. Nothing wrong with a little tanking at this stage. Not far from another pay jump.
Going to be a very weird spot for Kubala here, facing this 9.5 big blind shove from Radarina. You know, you have a decent button hand. You'd certainly be calling sort of ace 10 plus, but ace 8 doesn't feel very good here. But you are going to make the call, try to get that ace, and there it is. Oh,
Jack in the turn, though. Matarina spikes the 2 outer. Doubles up. Was it a 1 outer? Was there a jack out there?
A lot of 1 outers today.
Nadarina had the blockers. Blockers aren't real. Pair of sevens bets. Essendon. We do have the spade draw for Black Cat. And the spade draw gets there. Not just gets there, Griffin, but what else is possible now? Wait a second. Wait a second. This is no longer a win for Black Cat.
Oh my god, it's a chop flash, and that's an overbet. Oh.
Essendon overbets, gets the chop pot to fold. Wow.
Okay, I just want to nip something in the bud here, Joe.
Yep.
Cinos, I know you're very I feel like you have a lot of conviction about your take on the pocket aces hand. Talking about your aces are worth 4 or 5-handed. How many 4 or 5-handed pots have you seen here today? Going to the flop. That's not what's happening. There's a lot of heads-up pots. You flat aces because you don't want to scare out a guy that's opening. You want to let them hit top pair. You want them to hit top pair with their king-queen. Flatting aces sometimes is a good play. And in that spot, it was correct. Let's move on. You're dominating the Twitch chat.
The way things play in this tournament and a lot of the other tournaments we play may not play the same way as the sorts of tournaments that you are used to playing in, CNOS. For example, one of the things I'm working on, I'll tease a little bit what I'm going to talk about in live poker, is the sorts of tournaments I play. There's often 4, 5, 6 limpers before the action gets to me in these tournaments, and that doesn't happen in these events. So I'm actually a little confused as to how to play some of those spots. And so it is different. It is different. So, yeah, but in these, Griffin is right in these situations that we're not going 4 and 5 ways to the flop almost ever. Even if you don't play your aces super aggressively.
Yeah, and it's important not to be results-oriented in that particular spot where ace-queen might have been willing to get all in for 23 bigs, because we've seen Rasta, opening the king-jacks offs, 3-betting the ace-9 offs. These are the kind of hands you want in the pot going to the flop where you're in position and not scaring away pre-flop. If they do have the king-jack, comes jack-high, you could double up that way.
Venturina raising ace-9 suited. Yuri with the same suit, queen tray, and just folds anyway. This is funny from Hood Hunter. It says, when you say PSPC, it sounds like you're calling a cat. PSPC. Pocket eights for Essendon. Queen 10 suited for Yuri. Eight's probably going to hammer this pretty hard.
Yeah, very unconventional flat on this stack depth from Yuri. Not one that I would recommend.
Did not hammer it hard at all. I was wrong again. 2 spades now for Yuri. Eights will be good at showdown. 1.6 million. I don't know if I'm folding eights here for this amount, Griff.
No, never. No, it's 25% pot bet. Yeah, sometimes your opponent's gonna have a jack here and you pay it off, but sometimes they could just be clicking buttons, and it's not even like you're facing a 4 million chip bet here. Like, you're getting an incredible price. I think this would be a horrendous mistake, and actually instead goes to raise, which I don't really see the point of. I think this is quite silly.
I don't know. Do you get 2 9s to fold if you raise here?
Yeah, but why are 9s flatting either? It's just it's such an unconventional short-handed pot. So I would have liked to have just seen a call there.
That's what I was going to say. I was going to say I would have liked to see a call there. That's what I was thinking.
Kubala, I would love to see a shove here. And even though Matarina has a better hand with the ace-10, I don't know if they would be able to continue pre-flop, and Rasta will have to fold this ace-4 for this stack depth.
Rasta not folding yet. We are on a pay jump. Not exactly. Not on a. We're 2 spots away from a pay jump.
So yeah, Rasta is considering this. The bounty is obviously a consideration. 750 is kind of in the middle tier of stacks. It is just 10 big blinds. Your opponent will have some king queens and king jacks and the like sometimes, but I think Rasta came to the right conclusion by letting it go. Oh, we
Dave's got a theory about the raise with pocket eights that maybe they just didn't want to show their hand.
I mean, yeah, it's I don't think it's that deep. Like, what are you worried about? Like, people seeing that you raised eights in middle position and made a small c-bet and then, like, called on the river? So.
Might I also remind everyone that the eights were shown on stream right now.
And here we go. Fair fight.
Tens versus tens. 2 hearts on the flop. No sweat on the turn. This pot ends in a chop, and you know what they say? Everyone loves a chop pot.
Not bad.
We're back, boys.
James, you're fired.
Well, no, I don't think we can fire James over the 6.5 and 7s we're getting.
Don't worry about them, okay? Look at the 10s and the 10s and the 8s and the 3 out of 10 that's about to be banned. Twins is back. Twins is back. Ban Twins is back.
I would love to
Twins
ban the
is
person
back.
that gave us a 7.2, but it's John Delano, and he's not really trolling us usually.
No, John's honest. It's good. I mean, he'd be honestly banned if it was below a 7, so he's really flirting with danger down there, but, you know.
Danger,
unless it was a 6.9.
danger.
We would accept a 6.9, because then we'd think it was like a, you know, a gag. A gag.
Essendon raising the button, Jack 10. Down to 17 players, so that pay jump has happened. Everyone now guaranteed $1,678.
And just 17 remain. From a starting field of 9,779.
Is that supposed to be a third Attenborough brother?
It's Deckard Cain. Stay a while and listen. It's from my Diablo homies in the chat. You know who you are.
Nom nom. Nom nom.
Ace Queen for Rasta. 2 big stacks at this table. Rasta 4th in chips.
Yeah, for 30 big
Essendon
blinds.
8th in chips overall.
You kind of got a side fold cut off to big blind here. Never really going to expect someone to shove a lower pair in this situation. You're also probably, what, both top 6, top 7 in chips? This is too risky.
Oh, but if you win this, Griffin, you're guaranteed to make the final table.
Oh!
Oh boy!
Whoa!
We're flipping
Let's go!
For massive stacks.
Oh!
Rasta does not connect. Double up for Essendon, who skyrockets up the leaderboard from 8th to 3rd, but very close to 2nd and 1st.
Rasta Bum
Poor
Blasta.
Rasta Bombast in chat saying no chance versus the Num Nums.
Well said. The Num Nums gotta eat.
And Essendon is going to ride the wave.
And
Raise
Yuri
Queen 7
should be
off
putting
suit.
the rest of the chips in here, but I don't think the little squirrel has it in them. And actually in this situation is up against a dominating hand. What a fold! Who is this guy?
And Essendon really loving being chip boss at this table is going to run into aces from Fawns. See how sticky Essendon gets.
Yeah, and a spot that I wouldn't hate to see a flat, but we'll probably see a 3-bet. Look how wide Essendon is raising, so you're going to get a lot of folds to this 3-bet. So I think for our friend in the chat there, was it Cinco or something like that, how a situation like this might be interesting to flat the aces. You get the queen jack to complete in the big blind, get these hands to sort of flop some 1 pairs instead of just 3-betting and probably getting a fold. Having said that, I could just see Essenen decide to call the 3-bet, but not going to do that, and I think that's pretty wise with the king 5.
That table's
Ooh,
headed to
switching!
break, but we have action still at another table. Ace-10 ahead of Ace-5 right now. The Cat Fatar still holding pretty strong. Meta Lindbergh, 6th in chips overall. Sagittarius not far behind, 8th in chips. Diamond, 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 diamond. Street Flash board. Ace-10 will win this at showdown. Ooh, Meta Lindbergh having some time bank deficiencies.
Why do the snowmen say num num? I don't know, because they ate 8. Is that why we always called them that? I felt like I just made that up, but maybe that was already the joke.
That is not where the origin of it comes from, to my knowledge.
Oh,
The
that's
person
pretty
who
good,
originally
right?
said it
I just thought of that. That's
May
pretty
have-
good.
had the
Let's see what
same
James
very
thinks.
dumb thought that you had. Sagittarius takes down the last hand of the session with a slightly worse ace with a river bluff. 17 players remain. Top spot is Arhinjo with 71 million in chips. Zittle Mike is in second with 64 million, but it's good old S. Essenen who has shot up to 3rd place with 61 million. Let's reintroduce James Hardigan to the fold.
Thank you very much, Joe. And yes, one more elimination and would have been down to 2 tables, but still at 3 tables, 17 remaining. Will be down to 2 when we are down to 16. Of course, tonight we play down to a winner, so it doesn't really matter how many tables we've got in action. We're here till the bitter end. Obviously, we talked a little bit during the last break about PSPC and Griffin, your objective to play that, but obviously you're going to be coming out to the Bahamas as part of our commentary team. I thought it was worth just highlighting that a lot of attention, understandably, has been on the PSPC, which is a 25k buy-in. It has all the platinum pass winners. It has that great David versus Goliath narrative. But the PCA is also back, guys. And the PCA has also been away for 4 years as well. Plus, it's a brand new destination, a brand new location for the PCA. Still in the Caribbean, still in the Bahamas, but a new resort. And, of course, the PCA will be bringing with it all manner of tournaments, including the main event, the Super High Roller, the Mystery Bounty. So, if the PCA is the festival, the PSPC is just one tournament, just one small part of that. I say small part, obviously a very significant part of it. But what you're going to get in January is a bit of both, because we are going to be streaming the PCA main event, and then we're going to stream all 5 days of the Players' Championship. So 10 days total is what we're looking at right now. Starting on the 25th of January, day 2 of the PCA main event through to the final table, and then immediately after that, days 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5, which is the final table of the second ever PokerStars Players Championship. So it's now becoming a reality, Joe. We've talked about it for so long. I mean, I remember standing in Barcelona announcing the second PSPC in the summer of 2019. But when we found the new dates, we found the new destination, we talked about it. Now it's like a couple of months away, and we're kind of thinking, okay, now we actually have to do the work involved to bring it to the people.
Yeah, and a bunch of that work has fallen on me for once. Usually I just get to show up places. I get to just go, where's my hotel room? What time's lunch? But, yeah, we might have time to do some additional filming in the Bahamas. So I'm getting ready for that. I'm trying to do a little research online as to what the facilities at Baha Mar might be like, what the beach might be like, what the pool situation might be like. Apparently, there's also a water park at Baha Mar, so if that was one of the aspects you really liked about Atlantis, don't worry. We've got a water park there as well. It looks like there's a lot of fun activities to do at Baha Mar. There's art lessons, cooking lessons. I don't know how much time folks will have to do that stuff, but I would recommend, if you're coming, to leave a little gap in your schedule to do some non-poker stuff, because it's a brand new resort and no one's done any of the fun stuff yet. So, live life to the fullest.
Not just that, if recent events that we've been to have taught me anything, Joe, if we look at what the EPT's been like in 2022, and I'm sure will be like in 2023 as well, loads of fun activities planned for players and their friends and their family who are attending the event. So I'm sure there'll be some stuff laid on by PokerStars as well for people coming to the Bahamas. Griffin already highlighted that you're coming. You're going to be a member of the commentary team. Also have to highlight that before we get to the Bahamas, before we get to the start of 2023, we've got to close out this year. We've got to close out EPT 2022. Prague, you're coming to the Czech Republic as well.
Absolutely, yeah. Excited to love Prague that time of year. It's going to be great around Christmas time, so excited for that, yeah.
Yeah, so just like in London where we had Griffin and Nick on site, we're putting the band back together, and the Prague stream, which is our next live event, our next live coverage, a month away, right? Less than a month away now. It'll be from the 14th to the 18th of December, 5 days of main event coverage. Joe Stapleton, you have earned yourself a break. It's about time you had some sausage, my friend.
Honk, honk.
Nom nom.
Okay, Griffin, we're going to keep following this thing down to 2 tables, down to the final table. Cards in the air once again. Blinds are 500,000 and $1 million. It did amuse me, by the way, towards the end of that session. I don't know if you even noticed it, but someone on YouTube, thinking that they were being clever, thinking they were being funny, saw that you were on stream, went, "Oh, it's Griffin. Watch your privilege." It's like, get it right.
Wow, a very loose 7 big blind call, and SNN elects to try to knock out one of the strongest players, really, that we've seen so far in this field, in Rasta, who lost that massive flip, and now we're down to 16.
Absolutely, that takes us down to the final 2 tables, and SNN moves up into 2nd place on the leaderboard. Arhin Joe, still number 1, with close to 73 million chips. Average stack right now is just over 30 million. And we still have the start of day chip leaders still in the same seat that they were in at the start of play. The fat cat of Meta Lindbergh playing a below average stack right now, but still in contention.
And Yuri 50 now forced all in from the big blind. Somehow lost the acorn avatar despite getting dealt ace king. I think it might be a sign to come that he is slowly fading away, like the photo in Back to the Future, losing his avatar, his or her avatar. That's not a good sign.
That gives me a great software idea. As once you drop below 10 big blinds, as your chips are decimated, your avatar starts to fade out until finally.
That's a great idea. That's such a
finally.
good idea.
No elimination there. We do see Yuri survive, and now has ace king and is likely flipping against jacks.
With 2 kings folded, though, so a bit of an uphill climb for these 2.4 big blinds. 2.7. And it is not a standard raise, so the jacks that were kind of in a bit trappy there with the flat, but it's going to get a bet here, and I think Medellin's going to have to fold. So going to need some running diamonds or an ace. There's the diamond, but the river's a queen, and Yuri, one of our favorites of this stream, just clinging to life for level after level, falls in 15th place. And
the double up was in vain, and yet 2 bust outs since we've been down to 2 tables. So 2 tables of 7 now. It was Igor Zazid who went out in 16th place. So that means everyone is now guaranteed just shy of $1,700. All 14 players spread out over 2 tables. And of course the field will merge when we're down to a final table of 9. Oh, yeah, I'd love it. I think yes, when you get into the danger zone, when you hit that 10 big blind mark, the avatar starts to fade. And then once you have no chips, it just fades out. And like that, you're gone.
And then if you keep doubling up, your family members start appearing in your in your avatar. Gree is still around, or as one commenter liked to remark, Greg with the G at the beginning.
It's the kind of thing a Greg would do.
Yeah,
we've got snowmans,
Nom nom. Nom nom.
but
Not the
we've
flop.
got second pair and also the flush draw here for Gree, who bets 2 million, gets a call from the King 10, which improves to trips now, 84% equity.
Yeah, very bad card for Gree. Oh, but that is not.
Oh,
We in the club and we flushing. And ZLT really targeting those ace-x hands, trying to get a little bit of value. It's going to be really annoyed to see that raise, but he's going to snap call it.
as that chap 50 cents was often fond of saying, you will find me in the club.
It's Greg's level so far as now being dealt the pocket jacks. Should get a little resistance sometimes on the button here from Sagittarius 5.
Sorry, Griffin, just picked up from John Delano. He's saying, James, you missed a street flash. I didn't miss the street flash. And to pick up on a comment that Griffin said during the last session, Griffin, I'm always watching. I'm always paying attention. I know that John gave you 7.2.
But you have made no comment about my dissection of Num Num.
I liked it.
Nice. I'm glad.
There comes a point in time, Griffin, where if the truth becomes better than the legend... Sorry, if the legend becomes better than the truth, print the legend.
Yeah. Legend of the 10 of hearts on the turn, and the lead from Essenen, and everything has gone right. Oh!
Not
Death
anymore.
Oh, God! 4 of them! And surely
man.
Essenen is going to feel very confident, even though the board is paired in this situation. Just not going to expect their opponent to have a lot of boats here. I mean, sometimes, yeah, going to have those ace-jacks and pocket 10s and pocket 8s, but you'd expect your opponent a lot of the time to just have, you know, ace-queen, ace-king, maybe ace-10. Maybe something like queen-jack. So, Essenen feels like this is such a hidden straight, but you're also losing to king-queen. What do you do, James?
You're losing to king-queen. You're losing to full house combos. Maybe you're not putting your opponent on quads, but anytime there's a paired board, got to worry about boats. I don't know. It's tough.
Yeah, I think this is a
good
pretty
laydown.
clear fold. I mean, if you don't think your opponent is capable of finding some random bluff there, which I think is a fair statement, James. You're not taking your jack there as a blocker. Oh, I block the full houses. I'm going to shove here. Great fold. Under-repped. It's just a crazy situation.
Okay, well, we've got the Fonz, who has raised to 6 million. Greg with the same hand opened under the gun to 2 million. And, yeah, looking at the effective stack here, expect all the chips to go in. And expect a performance that will no way measure up to the last one. Spades. Oh, Fonz is free rolling.
Oh
And
my gosh.
Fonz gets there with the 4 flush.
Crazy
And the
hands.
Fonz join him in the men's room. He's got 66 million chips now.
Oh, my gosh. Fawns, neuters, and spades. Greg.
I just saw a question on YouTube from Ellie Moose, who asks, James, did you catch any of the game this morning? We were talking about Tom's spin and go. Didn't see it live, but we did talk about it during the first break. Tom the Twitch mod winning $25,000 in a spin and go. Thank you for your question.
Very cheeky, James. Oh, and as we like to say on the stream, ducks do tend to fly together.
Griffin,
And Greg has 3 of them.
I will allow it, but it's not we say that, it's you say that.
Well, you guys are there for it, so we're in this together.
Before you and your ducks, the expression was deuces never loses.
Well, they never lose because they're like a big family and they stick together, you know? And often fly in a V.
We've got Kojak here. King Jack of Strawberries opens to 2 million. Still at 14 players in this week's Sunday Million.
John Delano, thank you. Griffin, it is a flocking great hand. John. Oh, Jonathan. Johnny boy. You're my favorite son. Emvol says, speaking of ducks, when wild ducks migrate and fly in a V, one side is bigger than the other. Do you guys know why? Because even in the world of ducks, when they are such a tight family, there is still a hierarchy. My final answer. Hierarchy of duck importance.
I like Avalid's answer because there are more ducks on that side. Okay, Queen Jack all in against King 4. It is a King high flop. Hearts? Nope. Inconsequential Greenstein. And that is an elimination. And we are switching to see Black Cat 77 all in with Ace Queen. Does not get a caller. And
Oh,
big
we got a Gangster Hasbullah avatar. Let's go.
Oh, yeah, it is Limpagutton who's got the kings now, and Arhin Joe is still chip leader. Has Queen 3 in the big.
I feel like a Hasbullah avatar has got to be good luck. Wow, people are going deep about the Mighty Ducks on Twitch right now, talking about Emilio Estevez's smaller role in the third film and Jeffrey Nordling as the new coach. Like,
This may shock you, Griffin,
watching Mighty Ducks movies.
I have not seen any of the Mighty Ducks movies.
That doesn't surprise me. You're you're in the UK. Like, it's the only hockey movies we really have are those ones. So it's kind of the staple of childhood.
Blinds have just gone up to 600,000, 1.2 million. Interestingly, we did a Superfan versus Stapes quiz not that long ago about Slapshot, and it's funny, that movie has not stood up well. The time has not been kind to that film.
Okay. I was never one of my big favorite. I think I only saw it once. Although I did actually just recently watch Miracle for the first time, and that was quite enjoyable.
Down to 13 after we lost Palesa Rice on that last hand we were watching at the other table. Average stack is now 37.6 million. Current payout
quite a loose
$2,300.
From Arhinjo, but I quite like it.
Yeah.
If you look at the situation, it's just 3 blinds for what a 298. You just call that off. Black Cat kind of has a shover fold stack, so it kind of feels like you're almost on the button. So a nice little get through there. And actually a fold from the big blind with an ace, so real nice result. Andreas Appel asks, I like the Canadian hockey show Shoresy. Have you seen it, Griffin? I actually haven't seen it. Or the other show by those people. I forget what it's called. I'm sure you can remind me. I've never seen any of that, but I've heard pretty good things.
So Queen High still the best hand here. A domination situation in Limpagutton's favour. will win them the pot. Arhin Joe still chip leader, close to 74 million. Ace 4 of diamonds under the gun. Opens to 2.4. Madarinia 10-8 of hearts, defends. And a pair and a wheel draw for the chip leader.
And just shoves with that equity, doesn't want to get, you know,
Yeah.
check raised by a drawing hand that will have 2 overs and like a straight draw or something like that. A bit unconventional, but kind of interesting. This shove should create a flip between what a 298 and Arhinjo, unless someone like Limp Gut and gets a little greedy and frisky. Pretty highly incentivized too with that massive bounty of 1861, but it's going to get a free spot for Arhinjo to increase that massive bounty. And wow, that is now big, James.
Overkill, ace on the flop, ace on the river, and that sees the bounty claim Griffin, but it also sees Arhin Joe move over the 80 million mark.
Yeah, that's a lot of cheddar. Peldini says Goon is the best hockey movie ever. Stiffly for the win. Yes, Goon is quite enjoyable. Haven't seen it in a while, but it was good.
Rob Mercer, watching on YouTube, is not surprised that I haven't seen the Mighty Ducks. Says, of course he hasn't. They represent Murica. Had rather watch Dangerous Liaisons. Okay. Madarinia.
Yeah, this is, you know, if you're going to flat here with the King 10 suited, this is the board you want. And this is kind of the way that I wished Yuri had played their 2 overs in the King High flush draw earlier, just playing it aggressively on that short stack. And now Madarina finds himself with almost 20 big blinds. Classic SE174 asking me what is the best poutine dish. Get a classic poutine. I don't really ever put anything else on it. That's all you need is those cheese curds and that gravy.
You and your cheesy fries. King Deuce versus 5-4, and it's a pair of 4s here for Limpergutten. Now,
and putting a little protection bet, yeah.
Ace Queen opens. Black Cat.
This is trouble for Black Cat. The chip leader opening. We've seen some really wide opens already. Gonna need a 10.
The domination situation, and Black Cat has run out of lives. KO'd by the chip leader, who's now got close to 100 million. Was looking at that stack and thinking there's a very strong chance this goes in here, Griffin, and sure enough, Black Cat pulled the trigger, but could not get lucky. Takes us down to 11 players, guys, and that means we are getting very close to the final table now. 1 KO away from hand for hand.
This will be really interesting if Limp Guten folds this 10-8 off, which I think that they should do most of the time, because this should play as a flip all in, but it's tough to call off the pocket threes for the 13, 14 big blinds. You're always going to be flipping at best, and it is almost always going to be a flip. So does go for it, and we can see 50-50 pretty much on the dot.
And somehow threes hold there. So Kabbalah gets the double up. And now
And then you get the aces for under a blind. It hurts so much.
Tuxa, who is left ridiculously short, has a small chance of surviving.
And we can see this open with the 7-3 of diamonds is completely all about that bounty. And everyone, they are going to be exposed in a sense here, but well, everyone will understand as the gut shot is there for the 6, but not
Okay,
on the river.
well, the comeback is on.
Hezbollah. Poker in the ears there. Ooh. And our Hinjo getting a little cocky. But, wow, I mean, the kind of pressure that puts Lump-Guten on, even with Lump-Guten being at the top of their kind of fold range, fold so quickly because you really don't want to get involved here with 11 left. Find yourself cooler with what, the 8th jack? Just kind of have to, if our Hinjo's capable of doing that, that's what kind of have to do is just fold.
Sharotti asks, James, did you watch any of the PUBG Global Championships held in Dubai over the last 4 days? I did. I watched some of the finals from the weekend. Whenever I see those nerds sat there behind their computers competing at those esports events, I always think of you, Griffin.
You were watching PUBG this weekend?
I was.
I didn't realize you were interested in that. What, have you played it before? Or?
Yeah. We did a stream on Joe's Twitch channel not that long ago where we were ineptly playing the PUBG squads.
I would love to join you guys for that sometime. That sounds great.
I mean, the problem is the pressure would then really be on. It's like, right, okay, we've now got an elite gamer with us.
I mean, I've never played PUBG before. I'm sure I'll be pretty bad.
And also, just to warn you, Griffin, we're console players.
Oh, that's fine. I have consoles. PS5?
It's cross-platform, so I think half of us are Xbox, half of us are PlayStation.
Cool.
The weird thing is, after that initial stream, by the way, and this is not me trying to kind of blow our own trumpet, but 2 things changed after that first session. We stopped streaming, and a certain member of the team who is on a time difference stopped being part of our squad, and since then we've actually had extraordinary success and generally rack up wins and second place finishes consistently. Maybe it's the pressure. Oh, there's an ace on the flop, and that is going to do it for Toxa, and that means we are going to be down to 10. That means we're going to be hand for hand. I was just going to say, I don't know whether it's because we don't have the pressure anymore of being on screen and in vision and on stream, or maybe it's we've eliminated the weak link in our squad. I'll let the audience decide which of those 2 things. We normally play like once a week normally.
Oh, nice. Okay.
Well, here is a hashtag fun fact, Griffin.
Yeah.
From StatTrick. Our Hinjo, the chip leader, who does now have more than 100 million, by the way. Our Hinjo's best ever online score came a few weeks ago in the WCoop main event, but that was the WCoop low buy-in main event. And our Hinjo was 299th in that for $1,200. So we have got someone here who is usually a micro stakes player who has this monster chip lead now with just 10 players left in the Sunday Million.
And seems to be playing pretty aggressively and like they know what to do. So this is pretty impressive so far from what I've seen. You know, this is a very good sizing here in this spot.
Switching. By the way, Arva Larson says, "Who is the weak link?" I mean, I'm not gonna mention names. I'm not. Switching. A6 versus King Queen.
Medellin's gotta play this aggressively, I hear. Gonna expect to get a lot of folds for these 27 bigs. It's great because he's definitely not watching. Limpiguten might live up to their name with a little limp here. Now, James, do you know who Hasbulla is? The avatar of Limpiguten?
No, I don't. Explain to me.
So, Hasbulla is, I guess, like a public figure now, like a celebrity. He suffers from a condition called achondroplasia. It's like where you appear younger than your actual age. So he's quite small. And he's just like very, very interesting and funny. And he's sort of in like the MMA community, but he's just like, he's very memeable. Just like he does really funny things, and everyone loves him. So that's obviously a meme where they put a little ad on him and stuff.
I'm glad you explained, because I thought previously you were saying Hezbollah, and I'm like, Griffin, I really don't think we should be going down that road. So thank you for clarifying that this is Hasbulla, who is a person.
Yes, 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 yes.
Well, Ace-Jack for the start of day chip leader. Mette Lindberg opens to 2.4. Madarinia, I've just realized, has around 10 bigs. This is going in, Griffin. This is going to be a coin flip.
Should be, but it looks like Limpiguten's, thinking about making a light move here with the ace-5. I don't think it should dissuade Madarinia from getting this in, because this could be exactly what the situation could end up being. And shoving here is going to be great, because you're not going to be up against the ace-jack. And I think that Madarinia might be talking themselves out of it. But nice, puts it in. Limpiguten now committed, having put half the chips in there, and is going to be way behind the 2 9s.
Yeah, we thought this might be ace-jack versus 9s. It's ace-5 versus 9s, and 2 5s on the flop. And Madarinia is KO'd. And that will see the final table bubble bursting as we switch one last time to our Sunday Million FT. Congratulations to these 9 players. GL guys, it says Mette Lindberg, the chip leader, starting this final table with the Snowmens.
Nom nom. Nom nom.
Lights, we'll do our camera, action.
International tour of the table after we play this first hand. Okay. Raise and take it. So, we've established that our chip leader, Ah-Hin-Jo, who has a bounty that's not currently available of $3,300. Ah-Hin-Jo is playing from Belarus. Limpiguten is from Norway. The Fonz is Canadian. Too many consonants, not enough vowels. Ziltmich is from Poland. Essenen is playing from Thailand. Sagittarius from the Czech Republic. Kubala07 is our second Polish finalist. Mette Lindberg, start of day chip leader, we established earlier on, is from Mexico. And Greg, who is the shortest stack right now, is playing from Brazil. Those are your final 9, ladies and gentlemen, as we have aces versus aces.
Eclectic group, and this is going to be advantage Sagittarius 5 here. Outkicked, and with that ace of hearts, and it's going to need a certain kind of run out to force a chop, and instead rivers that 2 pair, and hopefully Sagittarius doesn't get too greedy here, because I think a bet over 12 million might, could convince Ah-Hin-Jo that it's probably not winning in this spot. Maybe something in the 8 million range, and even smaller, and that's definitely going to get called from the chip leader.
Who's now dropped below the 100 million mark, but obviously still has a huge advantage over the rest of the field. Average stack right now is 54 million. We are at the 800,000, 1.6 million blind level, and those blinds are going up in 12 minutes to 1-2. By the way, Meta Lindberg, the fat cat, has made the FT. It's actually less common. Well, how do I want to? Let me phrase this differently. More often than not, the start of day chip leader doesn't make it to the final table. So, weirdly, this is actually an achievement. Well done, Meta Lindberg.
Very aggressive action here from Fawn's pre-flop. Going to expect to fold out pretty much all hands worse than this with this 3-bet. You know, the ace-9 suiteds, the king-queen offs, and the hands like that. Ace-10 suited is very close for Essendon and is elected to call and just flops the joint. And is going to wisely check back to see if they can get Fawns to try to represent. But Fawns is not buying it. Fawns is a little scared, thinking, why are you just calling here, dude? He's got 35 million behind. I don't think you're just calling here with, like, you know, king, jack suited. You probably are on base here. So
Yeah.
I think it was an interesting 3-bet pre from Fawns, and the fact that they didn't put another chip in that pot, didn't try to continue the story, I think was a real nice dodge.
Baked Alaska, who's watching on YouTube, I know I'm not going to change your mind. But when you come out with statements like the game is rigged, you are talking at your anus. And generally that is a sentiment, that's a comment that generally comes from people who haven't watched a lot of poker or haven't played that much poker and don't actually understand that this is exactly what happens. You are going to see weird stuff in a... just it's the nature of the beast. But thank you for your comment.
Not. Kubala, 8-9 off, 22 big blinds total. Gonna play this as a limp, which I think is right. Limp begotten now. Could check this back. Could just shove and take it down a lot of the time with this A7. Could also just raise. It's gonna go for the shove. Griffin, how are you celebrating what day? Can't tell what Crazy Carl saying. What's today? Is today a special day? James?
Monday. Ace Queen versus Ace King.
Oh yeah, it's Thanksgiving or something. Is it Canadian Thanksgiving this weekend? Today? Is it Canadian Thanksgiving today?
You're Canadian. How the hell should I know? A domination situation that remains in Zilch Mix favor.
Oh, it was Monday, October 9th. What are you talking about? Oh, it's American Thanksgiving? Get out of here, man. Canadian. Essendon. Get out of there, man.
Does have the gut shot. A frequently asked question, or as I like to call it, an FAQ. I think that's going to catch on. From Majaja, who says, what stops these players from watching the stream? Nothing, but remember, the action you're seeing happened 30 minutes ago. So, of course, they're not going to see the hands in real time, and no cards are going to be revealed to anyone. A pair of sixes.
Greg with the float. Trying to hit a jack or a queen or some equity like a 10. Doesn't happen. And now he's going to turn that hand into a bluff.
And it's going to take another barrel. And the question is, will Gree pull the trigger again? And will our Hin Joe hero with a 6? Nope. Our Hin Joe decides a blocker bet is in order.
Yeah, I think it would have been a tough sell for Greg to bluff this river. A lot of floats and straight draws missed by this river. I'm a bit surprised to see our Injo make this blocker bet. I think it would have played a little easier as just check calling a lot of the time. Can expect to see a lot of check backs. I don't think that they're thinking about raising right now, but it would be really, really fun to see 15 million come out flying out here. Mvol asks, do you like Marmite, Griffin? I don't, but my father loves it. My British South African father.
So you think this is what is being considered here, Griffin, is a chunky raise on the river, the bluff raise with the Queen
Well,
Jack?
it's funny you say that now, actually, James. I think there's a chance he's thinking about making a hero call with Queen High as well, because it does miss that 9-10, 7-9, 5-7, 4-7. You know, a great deal of straight draws, maybe 3-5 of hearts, 3-4 of hearts, these kind of hands. So this actually might be more leaning towards a hero call. I'm glad you brought that up, because it's making me think deeper about the situation in the hand.
Yeah, I mean, the longer you think here, the less convincing a bluff raise can be on the river. So I guess it is considering the hero call with Queen High against missed straight and flush draws.
Yeah.
But no, lets it go. So Mr. Alaska, or maybe it's Ms. Alaska, sorry, I shouldn't make assumptions. James, please explain to us how the deck is distributing the cards. This is not my area of expertise, and I may get some of this wrong, but this is my understanding of it because I've had numerous conversations with people. It is very simply a random number generator. So if you assign a number to every deck in the cards, 1 through 52, the deck is pre-shuffled before the cards are dealt. So the deck is assigned before the hand is played out. The deck does not change as the hand goes on. Those numbers are assigned through, obviously, random ones and noughts, which I believe are randomized in 2 different ways. I know that there's a light bouncing off a mirror, which is kind of projecting kind of ones and noughts, but also it takes into account user data as well. So stuff like mouse movement, timing of actions, again, just to randomize the assortment of the data as the deck is assembled. And obviously it happens lightning fast because hands are being dealt all the time. And that's probably a really bad explanation because, as I said, it's not my area of expertise. But obviously, it's independently audited. Obviously, data is looked at over an incredibly long period of time. We're talking about billions, tens of billions, if not hundreds of billions of hands that have been dealt, where the data is tracked to try and pinpoint any anomalies, any statistical variations, and any sign that things might not be how they should be. And guess what? That's not the case. You don't get those fluctuations because you have a big enough sample size to see that actually everything is performing as it's meant to. And of course all this stuff is independently verified by the people who regulate and license the gaming site in multiple territories around the world. And I'm moving on now. Done talking about the subject. What's happening in the hand, Griffin? I got distracted.
Sorry, I got distracted too. I zoned out there.
Yeah, when I'm having a rant, you need to pay attention to the
Sorry,
poker.
yeah. Okay, so yeah, raised from an early position for Olympic Guten. A bit of a loosish flat from the small blind from fives. Shouldn't really be set mining at this stage of the tournament. You know, completing in the big blind's one thing. And presumably a call on the flop from SLT. Olympic Guten with that jack of diamonds in hand. This also could have played as a check back on the flop. Unfortunately, the chat's going to know a little better than us. But now that we have seen this check to the river, Olympic Guten's going to feel very comfortable with that turned pair of jacks and going to make a big bet. I would have maybe liked to have seen a smaller bet because you are targeting hands like the ones ZLT has, and it's going to be tough to call 10 million plus. But Olympic Guten increases their stack to over 90 million, really creeping up on our hand, Joe, here, as we are just 15 minutes left of this level.
Ace-10 opens. We've got Ace-Jack behind, though. King-Queen suited also after we just see the flat from Ace-Jack. And it is a Jack-high flop with 2 diamonds. Ooh.
Juicy. Juicy. Very surprised to have seen. Oh my gosh. What is SNN doing? You know, clearly targeting. Oh, baby doll! And Fawn's going to have to let go of the massive draw.
Man.
It's going to be a huge pot for ZLT. Huge.
Okay, well now the Fonz can regroup. Got queens.
And this is not a recommended limp from SNN here. I think crumbling a tiny bit, someone who's been very active, very successful in that activity for a lot of these, you know, final few tables, but couple of missteps, including that raise, and now, you know, just you can see all these better hands in late position. Definitely not going to see a flop here.
A lot of people on Twitch getting very excited about something Toby Maguire's done today.
What did Toby Maguire do?
Maybe something in poker or maybe something in movies. Not sure. Blinds up. 1 million, 2 million.
And more limps. You can see how a raise would have just been so nice to get this through, win this hand. And look at this. You know, this is why you need to be aggressive and active with your hands. You want to be balanced with the hands that are strong. That was just a clear spot where you were weak because you limped. It's hard for you to have any part of 4-4-8, and Mette Lindberg really recognized that brilliantly and pounced.
Ace-9 suited versus Ace-9 suited.
I think this is a bit on the loose side from our Hinjo. This is, in a lot of ways, the best case scenario to be up against as weak a hand as Ace-9 suited in this spot with 20 big blinds. But you have a lot of chips, so sometimes you get a little frisky. Nobody likes this board at all.
Well, that means there's a chance, if this goes to showdown, that we get to treat the audience to a vocal performance. But it's a 4 on the river, so Greg, ship it. So, piecing together bits and pieces from Twitch, and understand, guys, I can't be as across the chat as much as I'd like. It seems that Toby Maguire has a brother called Harry, who's going to be in Spider-Man 4, which they're filming in Manchester. Interesting.
Wow, that's remarkable.
So Kojak opening under the gun. Jack 10 in the big blind for S. Essenen. And King Jack wins it.
Do it, Greg. Do it. Come on, you know the chip leader's got nothing. Ah.
He's got a pair of 3s now, Griffin.
Yeah, and Greg would have had the nut flush draw 2 overs from the 3 jams.
The moment you fold the hand, forget what the cards were.
Here comes our Joe.
So, Finesto says Harry Maguire can do anything. Is he as good at the poker as his brother Toby?
This is a
That's
very
my
important
question. That's my question. As we see the Spraggy folded. The Grafton, however, has raised. It's Arhinjo with 10-9 suited. And up over 112 million now.
Queens for Sagittarius. Great spot to just stuff in these 20 big blinds.
Ishan says Harry Maguire is the GOAT. That good at poker. I mean, many people consider Phil Hellmuth to be the GOAT. Could Hellmuth beat, or rather could this Harry Maguire beat Hellmuth heads up?
Hinjo virtually, it appears, playing about 70% of the hands here. Getting some through, running into some hands. About broken even so far, I think, from the starting of this final table. Wide open here from ZLT, but I'd like to see them opening instead of limping like the way they did with the King Queen. As you can see, this should get all the way through. Very unconventional way to play those two hands. But as we can see right here, going with aggressive action is often going to be better than passive. Good shove spot with these 11.5 blinds for Kubala.
Yeah.
Pull that trigger.
The virtual all-in. Enough to win the blinds and antes. Okay.
Ooh. Here we go now. Here we go, here we go, here we go now.
And the stacks are pretty close, Griffin. Ace Queen would be at risk here if Kubala gets it in a race against Gree with the jacks.
And race we will go. One ace from Medellin being folded.
Flip the coin. And it's a queen high flop. Another queen on the turn.
Oh!
And the case queen on the river. It is quads for Kubala. That is a double up to nearly 60 million. And it leaves Gree with just over a big blind. Oh.
Just a dreadful limp by ZLT here, nine-handed. And you can see why. I like this fold from the pocket eights of Sagittarius, not just because I can see all the cards on the table, but just don't really want to get involved here. So many people behind. And as you can see, Fawn's right there with the two jacks, and of course, those 1.5 big blind queens, happy to get them in.
I mean, now I think about it, this is looking pretty good for Gree for a double up. When you think about Happy Days, and obviously when it was on TV, I was a kid, so I didn't really think anything of it. But the fact that this older guy in a leather jacket would invite these high schoolers to join him in a men's room in a diner, it was a bit sus.
I never watched it. Bit before my time. And that is a clean double up all the way to, I mean, look at all those all-ins, all those people that called. I mean, that's pretty nice. Down over, you almost got 8 big blinds now, and this isn't the worst shove. You're going to run into the King Queen of Essenen, who will, I guarantee you, go with it. But another opportunity to get to over 15 big blinds if you win this, but might just fold. 1 minute to the break. You have full rotation. It's not easy, and a very disciplined fold, I think, because of the bounty equity. You're going to get some looser calls. You'd hate to get called here by, like, you know, Queen Jack off. And Ace 9 will certainly be calling too, so. And now what do you do with the Ace 4 if you get this cutoff spot here? Knowing our Hinjo, though, there's a chance he just raises. And another fold.
And that is going to take us to the break. So we got down to the final table during that session, but we have not lost a player from the FT yet. We are still 9-handed, and we still have our Hinjo from Belarus at the top of the leaderboard, playing almost 100 million. It is Gree playing from Brazil, who is the shorty right now, with 14 million. The blinds are 1 million, 2 million, and we'll be back to the action, back to the final table inside of 5 minutes. Joe Stapleton rejoins us on commentary duties. Joe, are you trying to say that Fonzie was meant to be in school too? I thought he was like the cool guy who'd either graduated already or had dropped out and was now doing kind of cool stuff.
I don't know. I don't know exactly. I wouldn't confidently say that, but I think he was supposed to be pretty nearly the same age as everyone else, if not in school with them. But I don't know. I could be wrong.
I mean, obviously, I know that they're all played by adults. It's just that, like, Richie Cunningham and Potsy kind of looked like they were around 17, 18, whereas the Fonz looked like he was in his early 30s. That's why it kind of was a bit uncomfortable. Anyway, moving on from happy days and moving on to happy times when we spoke to Jungle Man on the Poker in the Ears podcast. It's the most recent episode of the show, which you can now get on all your favorite podcast places. And Joe, you predicted this would happen, and it turned out to be true. Dan Cates takes a little bit of warming up, but after 5 or 6 minutes, once he starts getting going, he's actually a pretty solid conversationalist.
Yeah, and I think, I mean, look, not to insult the old Dan Cates, I think that's something that he's worked on over the years. I've definitely been around him at times when it's been incredibly difficult, even not with a camera on him, right? Not with a microphone in front of him, just sort of to have a conversation with him. And what I've heard is that, you know, I'm not sure how deep we got into the improv classes and stuff, but these are things that I would recommend that anyone do if they have a bit of a difficult time in social situations, difficult time, just sort of that sort of social anxiety sort of thing. Improv can be very, very helpful for that. So, yeah, once we got them warmed up, and also if we can toot our own horns a little bit, I think that, you know, part of the reason why you and I have gone as far as we have in this industry is because we're pretty good at getting people to have conversations with us that we can keep up an intelligent conversation without necessarily being intimidating and without necessarily being intimidated. I'm not going to lie, the first couple minutes of that conversation was fairly intimidating, but I wasn't going to let that get to me. I wasn't going to give up on that, and we have lots of experience over the years with talking to people who seem like they would rather be anywhere else in that moment, and sometimes you gotta just power through that.
It's a vibe I get from Griffin every single week. He's on stream with us. The one thing, the highlight for me, though, was when we were workshopping the idea of a slot machine that berates you when you lose. And Dan really, really liked that one. And you can see that part of him was thinking, maybe there's an idea in this. But anyway, that's the most recent episode. Let's talk about what's coming up in the next 2 weeks. We've doing a streamer special this week. So, yes, we're going to get your field report from your most recent live poker event, and we're going to get some hand histories. But we're also focusing on online poker in the USA as well. David Kay is the newest PokerStars streamer, streaming from the state of Michigan. He's going to join us. And the thing I like about this is, and I mean this in the nicest way, I know nothing about David, which is great because it means we get to know someone, hear their origin story, as you always say, and really get to know someone for the first time.
Yeah, and not only that, I mean, they're a part of our, I don't know, you know, there's sort of a, eventually PokerStars World and PokerStars USA is going to be the same thing, right? Eventually, it's all going to be just PokerStars, and so as sort of a cousin from another country that we're going to get to talk to, he's part of the team. He's part of the overall PokerStars cinematic universe. So it's good for us to know each other so that we can support each other and, you know, be there for each other, whether it's streaming or a Sunday Million stream or whether it's a live event. It's good to have teammates.
Absolutely, and before we get to our Prague preview episode, we are going to have one last Poker Movie Monday, recorded on a Wednesday, released on a Thursday of 2022. We are going to watch the Russell Crowe movie, Poker Face, and as discussed in a recent episode, Joe, you came across a poker legend who loves pop culture, who loves movies. John Turner, Pearl Jammer, is going to join us to review that film.
Yeah, not only does he love pop culture movies, but he's like a highly rated Letterboxd reviewer. So we're actually getting like a legit Letterboxd fan favorite on to watch Poker Face with us.
Fantastic. Griffin, you get a break, my friend. I don't think we'll get the final table done in the next hour, so we'll see you for the next scheduled break. Meanwhile, action resumes at the 1-2 blind level. And yes, Abu Chak, the PSCU is a thing. The PokerStars content universe is very much something that Joe and I are embedded in.
That is right. All right, my babies. Final table time. 9-handed. 8 players between the winner and the Sunday Million title. Joe Stapleton, Griffin Bender. Hey, buddy.
It's me, Joe.
Griffin? Hello?
Griffin's on break, as I just said.
So it turns out Fonzie was slightly older in the universe of...
Right, okay.
Yeah.
So it was really inappropriate of him to be constantly dragging these high schoolers into the men's room.
I don't think it's that inappropriate. It's a weird one, right? Like, we have these dividing lines where, like, this age is no longer appropriate to hang out with someone 1 year younger than you. I think, you know, a 3-year gap seems reasonable. That if you're 19, you can hang out with a 17-year-old. I mean, you got
no.
There's 2 years in between you.
You know, when I grew up, and all through my teenage years and also kind of university years, there was this unspoken rule, like, if you're out with a group of friends, it was perfectly ordinary, normal, and considered to be kind of the standard thing that women would go to the bathroom in groups or in pairs. But men go individually. And if you really need to go and someone else in your group has gone to the bathroom, you wait till they come back before you go. Men do not hang out in bathrooms together. It's just not the thing that we do.
All right, fair enough. Hanging out in a bathroom in and of itself is kind of gross. I'll give you that. Maybe not necessarily the fact that you're hanging out with other people, just being in a bathroom is kind of gross.
All I'm saying is if Arthur
Especially
Fonzarelli needed to have a private space where he could have meetings with Richie Cunningham
Step into
and
my
Bob
office.
Seattle, there are some very good companies like WeWork and Spaces that can do flexible office space that he can use for those meetings and those conversations. Greg's got the snowmans.
Nom nom. Nom nom.
Yeah, I'm with PS Prof. Guys should be able to hang out together in the bathroom and chat. Nothing wrong with it. I don't think.
No,
Other than the fact that it's just gross in there.
It's just utterly awkward. Certainly in the United Kingdom, social convention decrees that it just doesn't happen. And you are aware, of course, of urinal etiquette, or as you would call it, urinal etiquette.
I mean, we've done a lot of urinal in the early days of the podcast. I think it was every single week we talked about a urinal experience.
The reality is, and it drives me nuts, that so many public bathrooms will have 3 urinals. You go one end, other end, and the middle one doesn't happen. That's just...
You just don't use it, yeah.
No.
So if A7 offsuit is the Spraggy, what is suited?
Yes. It doesn't have a name. It's just...
The Spraggy Plus?
No, because it's playable.
The Deluxe?
Spraggy Deluxe. With Spraggy Deluxe is in a slightly more expensive tracksuit and has bothered to comb its hair.
That's right, a matching tracksuit. Spades on spades.
Exactly, Bubble Butt. People who go straight for the middle one when the 2 to the sides are free annoy me. There is a special place in hell just for those people.
What about the trough?
Oh. The trough.
How much time are you spending in public toilets to care this much? I mean, I don't know. I'm out quite a bit.
I'm out a fair amount, and the problem is I have a weak bladder, so I need to use the bathroom frequently. My days
So
out
we end
are
up the
based
same
around-
amount of times in the bathroom. It's like I'm out more often than James, but James has to pee more often than I do, so it's the same amount of urinal usage. Queen Jack suitor for Limpaguten. Is that like a young Al Capone?
No,
Did we
it's
talk
this.
about this
oh,
already?
Griffin knows who it is. It's someone who's become a meme. I'm going to say the wrong thing because their name sounds a bit like a terrorist organization. Hasbullah, that's it. Thank you to our producer.
Hasbullah.
and to-
Oh, is that what
and
the
to
name of
Doran.
that is? Yes. Oh my goodness. On the last night of EPT London, I was out quite late with a girlfriend of mine, and she tried to send me a photo via airdrop and sent it to like a random person by accident, and they sent back a picture of that kid. I couldn't figure out what it was. Okay, save from Metallimberg. Metallimberg's still in the mix, huh? Start of day chip leader. Made the final table. Very Mexican person. Ace deuce suited. Now's when you guys ruin the fun, and now we just only got to talk about the poker for the next 15 minutes. You know who's a terrorist? People like Det Kitless. You banned. Thank you for your comment. I won't be held hostage by willful misrepresentation of what was said. Nice one, Fonz.
So, not giving an inch. Still nine-handed.
Seven five of diamonds for Kubala and the small Limpaguten. In the big. That's right, Keith. I will not negotiate with that person. Sagittarius, King 10 off. Seems reasonable to raise at this point.
Ace, king under the gun for Gree.
Gagra. Oh yeah, not a lot of chips there. Does anyone Gagra $1,600? No. So who are the legit short stacks then? I guess just Gagra and Metallimberg.
Yeah.
And what a cooler this is. Ace 10 suited versus Ace King suited. You just got to let this Ace 10 go and they shove for this much, right?
I mean, we're in a situation now where there's like one decent starting hand per player per hand. Although sevens versus ace 10, potential.
I mean, I don't think potential. I think most certainly sevens are getting it in, and ace 10's going to have to call for that amount.
Yeah, I guess with...
Oh,
the chip leader getting aggressive on the button with king 6. We've got sevens in the small for Gree, who calls it off. Ace 10 suited for S. Essenen.
Wow, Essenen calls also.
And sevens do not hold. It's a pair of 10s for S. Essenen, and that is the KO of Gree, and that will see Essenen become chip leader with more than 100 million.
Gree is thinking F. Essenen.
And the good news for several players at this table is that that 3.5K bounty that's on former chip leader Arhinjo's head is now in play. What a call with the ace 10 there.
Yeah, I figured it's kind of like an ICM fold. Like, you know you're going to be ahead a whole lot of the time.
Yeah.
But you just have to fold so that you don't lose your 43 million in chips. But I guess, is there an argument too that Arhinjo, like, shoving on the on Gree makes sense, but Essenen had a decent amount of chips.
Yeah, well now
Nom 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 nom.
Below average, but
with the snowmans, well, I mean, that's the thing. They're now below average and moving all in here with 8s. So finally, we have lost a player from the final table. We are down to 8. And who's going to get the action started this time?
So I guess so far, and there's not really been long enough to make a real determination, it seems like it's playing similarly to last week where no one really has a very comfortable stack.
Yeah.
But isn't really, they're still playing relatively tight.
Ladders are real.
Yeah. Certainly are. What are the ladders at right now?
So with
3K?
8 players remaining, we're at round 6.5, then looking at near enough 9.5 as 7th.
RRS, any updates about PSPC? What kind of update would you need? It's still happening?
That's a really good question. Yeah, happening on the dates that it was announced some time ago now at the festival
still in
that
the
was
Bahamas?
announced some time ago, yeah.
It's still at Bahamar?
Yep, still there.
It's still Hold'em?
All the information that's been on PokerStars Live for at least the last 6 months, I believe, is still relevant.
Nom 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 nom.
Oh, I've just seen Meta Lindberg's hand. And assuming that ZLT opens here.
No.
Oh, just a limp. Just a limp. Okay, well, I think with a sub 10 big blind stack, Lindbergh gets it in here, and I think he's going to get called by the eights.
Come on now. Come on, Kippy. Come on, Kippy. You can do it. I guess you got to think about it. You don't want to be the one that runs into the limp with aces.
Well, eights hold, and the start of day chip leader is KO'd. Meta Lindbergh exits in 8th place, ace-jack not being able to harness the power of the Catvatar. So we are left with the final 7 now, and ZLT's got another hand, pocket nines.
You know why? That didn't look like... It didn't look like a real cat. That looked like a model cat, like a cat, like a stock photo cat.
Oh, you mean it wasn't the player's cat, that they need to have a picture
Yeah.
of their own cat, is what you're saying? Yeah, possibly.
Yeah.
The best ever X is, wasn't it called PCA back in the day? Nope, you're confusing two things. The PCA still exists. It's taking place in the Bahamas. PCA is a festival which runs from the 22nd of January to the 3rd of February. And one of the tournaments being played at the PCA is the PSPC, which is the PokerStars Players No Limit Hold'em Championship.
Thank you for your question. LOL Tallface, who thinks this is 3 weeks worth of scruff for me.
I was going to say, wasn't it last week that you were kind of finally groomed?
Yeah, I don't know if it was last week, maybe the week before, but there's been a couple of whacks in between then. Pocket wax here for Limpa Gutten. Oh man, this could be trouble for the 9-6. You're pretty confident that your opponent doesn't have an ace with that stack, right? It's very few aces they're just going to peel and not shove. So you can bet this. I don't know if you can just fold a 9 here, though, either. I think there's going to be plenty that you're ahead of, and you can always improve on the turn.
It's always, I find, the best way to do it.
Improving's great, and I did it at least 2 times while I was away last week, James. I can't wait to tell you all about it.
I mean, the ace, of course, is not good for the jacks. That might save Limpa Gutten.
It does.
There we go. And the blinds are up again. Remember, they increase every 15 minutes. So we've reached the 1.5 million, 3 million blind level. Average stack is 70 million. Essendon continues to hold the #1 position with more than 112 million. Has the Spraggy here, ace-7 offsuit. Kubala has...
Ooh, sourdough suited. Which is artisanal. Kubala. This is the power of sourdough. You can get much better hands to fold.
Jay Polenda says, are you guys behind the idea of the 24/7 PokerStars stream? I can't tell you how much I love this stream. cannot take credit for it, and also get nothing for it. Can you imagine, Joe, if we were working in the days when residuals were still a thing, and that 24/7 stream is just going out, literally 24/7, and we were getting paid again and again and again every time these old shows were running?
I would take pennies on the dollar as to what residuals used to go for that. Even if we got, like, I don't know, 10, 20 bucks a day for that, that's a nice little chunk of change at the end of the month.
Yeah.
You guys are millionaires. Why worry about residuals? Are you kidding me?
Don't get me wrong.
Bless.
I do enjoy this job, and obviously we have our fun. If I was a millionaire, I wouldn't be sat here.
I was thinking about it that when I play the main, if I win, I'll be like, no, I'm coming back to work. I'm coming back to work. And then I would just wait to see how long it would take before you cut my feed, because I would just go down in the biggest blaze of glory of all time. That's right. I'll just be eating chimichangas. I'll have a massage girl behind me. That's right. Standing there, though, not actually massaging me. I might get fired just from talking about what I would do to get fired, so I'm going to stop. Actually, it's such a sad state of the world that I genuinely don't think that even if I won $10 million that I could quit my job.
Yeah, I guess when I say millionaire, you'd have to have, like, literally tens of millions, right?
Yeah. I certainly couldn't quit for $1 million.
No. And I guess the problem, let's say even if you had all of your own action in the World Series of Poker main event.
Yeah.
And you won first prize, which is what, around $10 million. You got to pay tax on that. At least I would get the full $10 million.
Yeah, there's a big chunk would go out to taxes, that's for sure. I want to say at best 40% would go to taxes. King 9 raising, King 10 just flatting, sure, okay, fair enough. King 10 suited. Whoa, nice flop there, Zlit.
Broadway.
Big ol' raise, and that should be it for S, and N. Hey, James, does anyone want to tell Rich Lawrence why the big game got canceled? Have you ever heard of the United States Department of Justice?
By the way, guys, let's not get into the boring details of tax rates around the world, and let's not openly discuss tax evasion, shall we?
Twitch chat is obsessed with tax. They always want to ask tax questions. It's so weird. I guess in a way, if you're thinking about it, you're kind of partly fantasizing about having the money, right? That must be why people do it.
Ace Jack. Versus 10-5, and of course it's the 10-5 that flops best. Isk Oliver says, I might be wrong, but these guys could very well be stream sniping, right? You know the first part of that question? 30-minute delay.
So
anytime
like
you start a
two-horse
question with, I might be wrong,
yeah,
chances are.
I'm just wondering if I tuned in to a poker stream for the first time, if I would feel the need to be like, whoa, 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 whoa. Or I would go, they probably know what they're doing. I don't need to ask the question. What do you think? Whoa. Whoa.
Sagittarius all in with ace-3. The Fonz folds the 8-deuce.
James, before I talk to Griffin about video games later, do you think you're going to play Gotham Knights? I know you're
I
a
was
fan of the
talking
Gotham
to
series.
our friend and colleague Gary about it at the weekend, and he put me off his description of it. I think he's been playing it for a bit and he's quitting. And how he described the whole kind of didn't
Num 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 num.
Oh yeah, 8's all in and Kabbalah's got queens. So short answer is no, I don't think I will.
Well, this is very likely to be an elimination.
Yeah, I guess Kabbalah's deciding whether just to flat here and try and get the others in as well. Obviously, 4's fold. And Sagittarius at risk and behind. Sagittarius is KO'd. And that will see Kabbalah become chip leader as they win a bounty and move up to nearly 115 million. ZLT. Sorry, ZLT still has the chip lead with 122 million, and ZLT's got aces, opening to 6 million here.
Aces? I love aces. Oh, I just wish I could reach out and touch them myself. Kings, ooh, also like kings. They're in my top 3. Bye, Arino.
Yeah, I think we get to say goodbye to everyone.
Yeah.
I think this re-raise will work. Achieve its objective. And now Kabbalah has the chip lead.
Mafioso asks, Queen's also in your top 3, Joe? Yes, actually, I don't know how you knew that, but yes. Thank you for your question. Yeah, aces, kings, and queens are probably my top 3 favorite hands.
Have you thought of writing a book? Because I do think this is really good strategy. Like if you said to people, the top 3 hands as recommended by Joe Stapleton are aces, kings, and queens, people who are new to poker could really benefit from this amazing insight.
Maybe. It's just that I don't want to influence people. I want them to choose their own favorite hands. You know what I mean?
Okay,
like,
fair
I
enough.
wouldn't want to, I'm not a professional player, so I don't feel like I'm qualified to say what the top 3 best hands are. That's why we say, in my opinion, aces is one of the best hands you can have.
Okay.
King 8. Not the best hand. But navigating any board post-flop with deuces is pretty tough. Yeah, there go the deuces.
Yeah, I think actually Raceland raises a good point. You'd lose your edge, Joe, if you were to share your top 3 hands with people.
It's definitely, I don't mind, you know, I'm on the payroll for PokerStars. I don't mind sharing it with the PokerStars community. But yeah, if it got out there what my top 3 favorite hands are, then people might have a slight edge against me. Fawn's picking a good moment to shove over SSN. Uh-oh. No 3-bet. So Robert has looked us up, our net worths on the internet, James. You're apparently worth 1.5 million, and I'm worth 12 million.
What is this based on?
There's like a celebrity net worth website.
And
It's
how on
actually
earth-
done me a lot more harm than good.
What information are they using to calculate these numbers?
I mean, if you base the number of TV shows we've done on any other metric of what people get paid to do TV shows, then we might be millionaires.
How would you be at 12 million and I'd only be at 1.5? This I don't understand.
I mean, if you count all the episodes of Poker Night in America I did.
Oh yeah, I mean,
Which
because
was-
your show rate for that was what, like 50 grand a show?
That's what. But what I'm saying is, if they think we each make 50 grand a show, and then I've done like 200 more shows than you.
All this time you've been resting on your laurels, sitting on your Poker Night in America money.
I can probably say I don't know that I don't know that I got paid 50 grand total for all of the shows I did for Poker Night in America. And I think I did like 5 seasons, so. It's all buried in the backyard.
Does this it's just what is this net worth? Is this accounting for assets, or is this just purely how much money they think you've earned or earn a year?
Let me see here. Celebrity net worth. How they come up with it. They probably don't tell you. Okay, well, first of all, would you ever believe this website knows what what it's talking about? Celebrity net worth is the name of the website, and then underneath it says, the website future billionaires read every day. I mean, if anything said everything on this site is made up, it is that. It is quite literally, oh, wait, yeah, maybe they think that I'm rich from stand-up.
I mean, I'm going to say that the people who run this site do not listen to the Poker in the Ears podcast and haven't heard the numerous anecdotes of the money that Joe has lost on stand-up gigs in buying tickets for people.
Absolutely.
I want to know the formula. I want to know how they've calculated these numbers.
It's one of these.
Are we sure it's not like
websites that's
the mystical 8 ball? It's just like it's randomized. It's just give them a number.
It could be, actually. I mean, I'm surprised I'm listed at all.
I mean, now I understand why, obviously, winning the World Series of Poker main event won't change you, Joe, if you've already got 12 million in the bank.
I mean, what's another drop in the bucket?
In all seriousness, though, Joe, you better hope the IRS don't go to this website.
What if this is their main source of research for people?
Can you imagine if you suddenly have... There's a dawn raid at Stapleton's house. Where you're hiding the dollars, Joe?
I was about to say I'm impressed I'm on this site at all, but it turns out I'm not. I don't know where this person got their information from, but I'm not even listed here. Let's see if you are. No, no for you either. Okay, there must be a different site, a different inaccurate site where we're listed. Uh-oh.
Uh-oh. Something's gone wrong. Do we...
First time for everything. Danger, danger. Great, let's talk more about our net worths.
So, it's not the site that people said it was. It's something different.
Yeah, let me just Google Joe Stapleton net worth and see where this 12 million came from. Oh, it's called idlenetworth.com.
Well, as in like Pop Idol.
Okay.
Oh, we're back.
So,
we're back.
all right, this is a. All right, James, I'm about to tell you something. Here's how you can tell how accurate this website is.
Yeah.
It has my birth year as 1982. Don't comment on that. It has my birth year as 1982.
Okay.
Two lines below that.
Significantly older than that. Yep, carry on.
2 lines below that, it says my age is 38. Now, if I were born in 1982, what would my age be?
You would be... If you were born in 1982, you'd be 40 years old, Joe.
So this website can't even correctly calculate the year I was born subtracted from the current year. So how could they possibly know what my net worth is?
A site that can't even do simple mathematics. You're really not dealing with numbers.
I think this is, by the way, this is why full house here. Not bad. Not bad.
Yeah.
Full house for Essendon. I think this is why my girlfriend's parents are so nice to me.
Because they think you got 12 million.
I think they think I'm worth $12 million. It also explains why my girlfriend's mom wishes me a happy birthday on this date every year. This incorrect date.
Well, Essendon continues to hold the chip lead here, close to 140 million. Meanwhile, you'll notice that one-time monster chip leader Arhin Joe is in the danger zone.
Danger zone!
Significantly fewer than 10 big blinds.
They're probably still just thinking about what they once had. Just beside themselves.
I like this comment on YouTube from Hen Getty. Millionaires always try to hide their fortune.
If Maria ever found out how much money I actually have, she'd stop taking my action and paying for my dinners, that's for sure. pretty lucky to flop a gut shot with 9-5. Not going to beat the top pair of jacks unless you get lucky, but it's pretty nice flop. It is not my birthday. Stop it. I don't even like being wished a happy birthday on my birthday.
As Joe celebrates his 38th birthday and his 40th year on this planet.
9 on the turn, not super good news for Kubala. And Limpa Guten continuing. It's about the best they had. Oh, we're having fun today. Limpa Guten does pick up that pot. Ace deuce for Essendon.
This site, by the way, that claims that I'm worth 1.5 million says my source of income is English journalist.
It's more accurate than my age. Uh-oh, Arinjo is about to run into the buzzsaw here.
Oh, no, no, no.
Snap. And drawing
Yeah.
nearly dead, right?
Has a little bit of hope, but denied on the river. And one-time chip leader, Ahin Joe, and that huge bounty claimed by the Fonz as we go five-handed at this final table.
I like it how it says that your ethnicity is not known.
I mean, amazing, isn't it? That there are numerous pictures of me that they could determine my ethnicity. My financial affairs are completely private, and they put their finger in the air and come up with a random number. Oh, internet, you are a joy. What about Griffin?
Oh, let's see if Griffin's on there. Okay. I mean, Griffin's anybody's guess. I don't have any idea. No search result for Griffin Bender. Should I try Jaguar? Hold on.
This is amazing. Nope. James Hartigan is one of the richest English journalists and is listed on the most popular English journalists. I mean, none of these things is true.
You and old Piers Morgan. Going out hunting humans for sport together. Wow, pot-sized bet from Essendon with 2 pair. Not going to get through.
No, and just
right into the
to a
nut
full house.
flush.
And that will see ZLT move up to nearly 160 million. Oh, huge pot. And changes the dynamic.
King Queen suited for Limpa Guten. Ace 9 suited for ZLT. That's a zebra lettuce and tomato sandwich. King Queen misses. Really misses. Andrea points to the good point. The English journalist with unknown ethnicity. That's almost as funny as being born in 1982 and being 38 years old. That's so funny. Queen eye flop, Kubala out in front. Not much for Limpaguten to stick around for. The English journalist of unknown ethnicity. Born in 1965, 40 years old. Oh, no! Jack 8 stepping in it here. And there's the re-raise from Kubala. That should be the end of this. Kubala up to almost 100 million. I would say this is part of James's sense of humor, but I don't know what his ethnicity is, so I can't I can't say this is classic. Classic. Who knows? Pocket aces for S. Essendon. Man, that's going to be an easy one.
I'm so glad whoever Googled that and found that BS site. Thank you so much for sharing it.
It's kind of just random, right? It's just like a Mad Lib. I think they just spin a wheel and whatever populates the fields, they just go with it. Essendon probably going to have to let this go, yep.
Okay, well this is a good spot for Limpaguten, opening with ace-king and the Fonz. Hey. And a great spot to get it in a dominating situation. And a king high flop, a king on the turn, and Limpaguten gets the double up. So now second in chips, ZLC still chip leader with 165 mil, and now they've got ace king.
King 10 suited on the button. Perfect place for it. The only place you don't feel bad about raising it.
Ace 10 all in. No action.
Shortest stack, $2,600 bounty. I don't think you have to be that strong to call 11 bigs.
Yeah. So Fonz with 10 big blinds. Blinds to just got, by the way, to 2 million, 4 million. So Fonzie hovering around that 10 big blind mark.
Essendon and Fonz in trouble.
Opens. There is the all-in from sixes. It is a flip, but I'm not sure.
I think this is a call for $2,600.
Yeah, the bounty.
Oh, wait, 42 million? Geez, that's a lot. Wow, that's close. That's really close.
It's 10 bigs. It's 10 bigs, and you've only committed 2.
Yeah. I just remembered that ZLT doesn't I mean, it's only 10 bigs, but what does ZLT have, like 40?
Yeah.
44?
Ace 9 opens, 8-5 defends, ace high still good. King Jack on the button, and Ace King in the big blind.
You don't really want to go broke here to the bigger stack. I'm not sure. Ace King suited, you probably have to 3-bet it anyway. Yeah. I feel like whatever the dam bursts here, the rest of this tournament's going to go pretty quick, at least until they get to heads up. And even then, it doesn't seem like there's a ton of big blinds in play total.
Yeah.
Really beaten up on the short stack with all of the bounties. I guess even if you shove at him like Jack Deuce and Essendon calls you, you're like, you still have a $2,800 bounty in play. Wow. 10-7 didn't even peel there.
Limbergutton with the spraggy ace-7 offsuit.
Easy shove here for Fawns. I mean, the good news is that no one's really stacked deep enough to call off a short stack light. So you do still have a decent amount of fold equity, even though it's a bounty tournament.
Queen high still ahead.
Ace on the river doesn't really change anything.
Jack's here. The chip leader. 7-6. As Essendon folds. Blinds going up in 8 minutes. Not good news for Essendon.
Easy shove here.
Yeah.
Ace-5 is probably a call for this many bigs. Essendon is going to have to be shoving way worse than aces. And, wow, okay.
Huh. Okay, well, we lost a few players during that session, taking us down to the final 5, and they will be back in 5 minutes' time to continue playing down to a winner. ZLT, one of two Polish players at the final table, continues to hold the chip lead with 162 million. And it is S. Essenen, who's playing from Thailand, who is the shortest stack with 42.7. So back to the action very shortly. Joe, this is a good question from Philip the Razor on YouTube. It's a follow-up to a story that you told on the Poker in the Ears podcast. Did you ever find your tiny suitcase?
First of all, Phil Razor, now's when the real podcast starts. I have not found the suitcase yet. My only shot of finding it is it's Thanksgiving week here in the United States of America. I've got some people coming to town, people coming to stay at the house, which means I'm going to have to clean. I'm going to have to do some heavy-duty cleaning. I'm going to have to clean my bedroom. I'm going to have to clean out the guest room. I'm going to have to clean out. We have another sort of guest room out in the garage. I'm going to be in every room of the house. If it is in this house, I will find it this week. So I haven't found it yet, but if I do, you'll hear about it on this week's podcast.
But if you lost it on the road,
I'm willing to write it off at this point. If I don't find it this week while I'm cleaning the house, I left it on a bus or a plane or an Uber or something, and I guess whatever was in it can't possibly have been that important because I'm not missing anything else besides the bag.
Yeah. Okay, let's get Griffin into the mix because I know you were keen, Joe, to talk about video games. So, yeah, what I'm hearing about Gotham Knights is not particularly positive. I'm therefore going to be avoiding that one. What was the game that you wanted to talk about, though, Joe?
Last of Us. So what happens, there's this game a few years ago called Last of Us, maybe even 10 years ago at this point, I want to say. That was, one game of the year, and then the sequel came out, and that won all the awards, and they put out a redone version of it this year for PS5, and it was expensive. It was like $70 maybe, $80 maybe for this revamped version of it, and I was like, this is a really lighting money. First of all, I'm worth $12 million. So do I really want to nickel and dime the $80 I'm going to spend on this game? I don't know why. But I was like, I had bought the old game before, and I gave it away because I didn't think I was ever going to go back to it. And so I ended up buying the game and playing it all the way through, and it's just as good as everyone says it is. But what I wanted to talk to Griffin about was Last of Us 2, The Last of Us Part 2 is what they're calling it. For the reverse, when is that coming out?
So I don't think that so as I understand it, the revamped version or the remaster of Last of Us 1 was I think it was a top to bottom, they just kind of remade it and remastered it. I would not wait for a remastered version of The Last of Us Part 2. I'm sure they've done a better version, you can play it on PS5, and I think it'll be a bit better or whatever. But it's a pretty recent game. It was the swan song of the PS4, and it's a beautiful game, and it runs really, really well. And it, it did. I think it did win Game of the Year in 2019 or something. It's pretty recent. So
Mafioso is saying here, OMG, Last of Us 2 is awful. Do you agree with that?
No, not at all. That's. Okay, there's a lot of controversy surrounding it. I will say it is a very, how do I say this? There's just a lot of, it's a pretty left, it's your kind of game, put it that way. There's a lot of people that were very against there's it's two female leads. In the first game you were you're basically playing as Ellie and this other female through the whole game, and you're never playing as Joel, really. And
it's the woke mob gone crazy in Last of Us Part 2.
So
I see.
It's one of those games that got review bombed by players, but critics. It was just as well reviewed, if not better, than Last of Us 1.
I have a theory about this. You might have seen me tweet about this. Everyone talks about the woke mob these days, and nobody remembers about the actual mob. And look at the guy who's complaining here. Mafioso231. Probably just a little jealous that the woke mob has taken over for the mob. Sorry, Paisan, but it's over for you. It's all about us and our rainbow flags now. Get out of here.
Well, we are going to get back to the final table of this week's Sunday Million. I'm going to leave you in the more than capable hands of Griffin Benja and a man who was born in 1982 but is still only 38 years old, Joe Stapleton.
Hello, my babies. 5 players remain. Good times, great oldies, a little bit of poker.
I think James should play Last of Us 1. I think he'd really like it.
I think James would like it too, especially because of the sort of father-daughter relationship in it. I think that stuff really grabs him by the cockles.
And it sounds like he has experience playing third-person like shooters too, with like PUBG and stuff. So I think the actual like gameplay will be great.
Well, he liked your Witcher recommendation. He loved The Witcher.
Oh, nice. I didn't realize.
Oh boy.
The Witcher.
Top pair out-kicking. Not out-kicking. Top pair versus second pair. Flush draw missed.
How much of The Witcher 3 did he play?
I think almost all of it.
Wow. It's one of the biggest.
I think there was
single-player
only.
games ever.
I think there was only one of like the side things that he started ignoring because it was like too tedious. But he said he did like almost all the side stuff too.
Oh wow.
Pocket sevens
Maybe
all
he's
in.
told me this, I don't know
$2,600
why.
bounty on the line.
I don't remember.
King queen, probably getting out of the way. Ace jack. We've seen we've seen CLT raise fold multiple times to fairly short shoves.
No bueno.
Fonz has worked their way back up to almost 20 bigs.
Essendon gonna need to take a stand here as the significant shortest stack. Exactly 10 big blinds. I think, we had the discussion with the pocket threes earlier about how sometimes you can justify a fold. I think fours is going to be a bit too strong. And
Fours
big
flipping
time
has
flip.
a
Look at
lot of
this.
outs to fade. It dodges all of them. Double up Essendon.
And ZLT now the runaway chip leader, 2-1 to anyone else.
Yeah, it's 20
on the
big
table.
blinds, 20 big blinds, 20 big blinds, 15 big blinds, and then ZLT with 40 big blinds. Griffin, I don't know if you heard any of the last level, but someone looked up me and James's net worths on a
So I just,
celebrity net
I
worth
was kind
website.
of, I was getting the that vibe from the chat. It says 12 million, born in 1982. Wow, that's amazing.
So, did you notice that it says I was born in 1982, but also that I'm 38 years old?
Yeah.
So I'm not really sure how accurate that website could be. And James has said he's an English journalist of unknown ethnicity.
That's great. This is weird though because
Top
the last
pair
time,
for Fonz.
The last time we
and a
got
flush
drunk,
draw.
you said you owned your net worth was like $7.5 million. So
Yeah, no, they're only off by $5 million.
Oh, okay.
King 3 in a delicious spot here.
But gutter ball as well for ZLT, so is going to peel it off.
Gutter ball. 5, 6, 7, 8. Yeah, you're right. It was a gutter ball.
Didn't see the gutter, did you?
I did not. Griffin, when you're worth 12 million, all you see is diamonds.
Yeah.
You're right, Daniel Garcia. 6 of diamonds turn would have been great. And Fonz is going to go from shortest stack to second in chips with that pot.
Yeah, I expect to see a lot of this kind of thing happen if we don't get any eliminations. A lot of changing of the guard. I guess I'm not on the
Fonz.
celebrity site.
Not the one we looked at least. We were on idlenetworth.com. I looked up both Griffin Benger and Shaguar. Kubala jams and gets the fold from Fonz.
I am mentioned in a celebritynetworth.com article, but it's just an article about my hand against Kasuf. I can't escape it!
It's one of my proudest moments of any friend of mine ever.
I don't know about that. You have some pretty. I don't know. Isn't what's his name? Isn't Michael Cera your friend? He's done some pretty important stuff.
Yeah, he's my friend, but I don't know. I can't think of point to one moment where I was like fist pumped and I was just like, get him.
That's true. It would be
Top
Scott
pair
Pilgrim
again for
the
Fonz.
Scott Pilgrim versus the World for me.
I think Scott Pilgrim vs. the World is a masterpiece, but also I wasn't his friend when I saw that for the first time, so it's not like I had that proud moment.
Yeah. Essendon actually being given a way out of this hand. I think you need to kind of call with that bottom pair to the standard 30%, but facing a near half pot bet.
Sourdough suited. Which is artisanal.
Artisanal.
Kubala folds under the gun. Ace-4 for Limpaguten. Could be trouble. Ace-Queen suited for ZLT.
Yeah, and I think because ZLT has shown themselves to play, I think, quite straightforward, it does make it that Limp.
Was that a limp?
I think can. No, Olympic got and raised to 8,000. ZLT called in the small and then led the flop.
All right.
You don't believe me, huh?
All right. Whatever.
I mean, it should have
Don't
just
really
been
care.
a shove from ZLT after the open from Limp. I think it's just the guy's name having the word Limp in it is crossing your wires, you know? You're like, I'm pretty sure I heard Limp in my head at some point over the course of this dissection of this hand. Ooh, too pizzy in the hizzy for Fonzie.
Ooh, two pair, yeah.
Did you watch Stutz, Joe?
Suits?
Stutz! Stutz! It's the new documentary
Suits?
that Jonah Hill did about his therapist on Netflix.
Oh, yeah, dude, look, I don't really like to talk a lot of... I took one look at the poster and I was like, this looks like the most pretentious I have ever seen in my life. Thanks, but no thanks. Thank you for your question. You banned. Not you, but the...
I didn't like it
Stutz.
nearly as much as the consensus, but there were some interesting things in it, I guess. This hand is going to be a lot of trouble for Kubala if this ace-5 finds a fold at the cutoff, which you never know what ZLT is going to do. And that should save Kubala, because even if Kubala elects to shove over this open, it'll fold out both the 6s and the ace-5. But it looks like Cub is going to fold, and Limpagutton now is going to have a great opportunity to shove and acquire some chips.
There goes the 6s. Limpagutton with a not even particularly big bounty. Ace-5 does fold. And it's aces for ZLT, and Essenen has pocket 5s.
Yeah, but I think in these these particular seats, sometimes we'll see Essenen just call, but doesn't, goes for it, and pops
That's
off
a
the
5 on
Cinco.
the flop. Essenen's set of 5s is good for a double up. That's going to make ZLT the shortest stack.
And how they can switch up.
Andrea's Apple says, I miss Willie Garson. Willie was also a member of my home game until he got too ill to be able to play. We all miss him too. Our last conversation was a poker argument, unfortunately. That just
Whoa.
cost everyone 8K, says Doran754. You're not wrong.
My girlfriend and I just did a full rewatch of Sex and the City. So I've seen this guy on.
What, did
my
you
screen
cheat on her?
so
Did
much
you
for
owe
this.
her like some sort of massive I'm sorry or something?
Okay, let me be
What?
clear when I say a full rewatch.
Why?
I'm saying
Yeah.
she rewatched it and I watched most of the episodes with her.
You were in and out.
I was in and out, yeah. Let's just say I had my phone on me.
Domination rotation, although it's not top pair, middle pair for Essendon.
I will say some of the episodes in the early seasons are quite good, but they're also mixed in with some very problematic ones. So it's kind of entertaining in this, like, oh my god, this part has aged so badly.
Yeah.
And
Is there a lot of
Essendon
nudity in
correctly.
it, Griffin?
No, just Samantha, really.
Okay. So how the tables have turned. Essendon with the only healthy stack right now, and even that ain't great. It's like 33 bigs or something.
Dandaman 615 says everything has aged badly. You know, I would say on average most things have, but I actually saw a movie the other day that it was actually the opposite. It had aged incredibly well. Like, more, I appreciate it more now than I would have when it came out in like the late 90s, which was a movie called Perfect Blue, which is like an animated movie. It's considered one of like the better anime movies, and it's I highly recommend it. It's freaking awesome.
Limpaguten shoves ace-queen suited, gets called by ace-8. Domination situation. How is ace-8 ever going to win this hand? They are not flush for Limpaguten. Biggest pot of the tournament, and now they are the tournament chip leader.
And might try to find a raise here, maybe even a shove, but yeah, does go for the shove, hoping that, you know, of course, Essendon in particular doesn't wake up.
CLT with pocket nines. With the 5 players remaining, everyone is now guaranteed almost $20,000, by the way, which is pretty cool. And
Sometimes you got to
ZLT,
consider calling off with the king 8 for 10 big blinds, but in this particular situation, the need to protect that second in chips, king 8 needs to sort of get into your fold range. You are going to be ahead sometimes, but also ZLT is not the type to really shove super light. Isn't just going to shove every king and every queen 8 off. So Fawns correctly leaves that down. Good shove spot for Essendon.
it is indeed. And Essendon does shove. Gets through. Essendon up to 80 million with just that little pickup right there. Ace-10 again. Lines did go up to 2.5 million, 5 million about 5 minutes ago. Essendon just opening for the minimum this time. Gonna give Limpaguten a chance to see a flop for cheap, but elects not to. Jack 10 suited for Fawns, 6s for Kubala.
Yeah, might run into a little trouble here if Kubala can find a shove here. Not the easiest thing to do. You would hate to get coolered here. Of course, we can see it will get through, but you still have to pull that trigger, and for 12.5 bigs, it's not an easy thing to do. You'd hate to just shove here and get snapped off by 10s, and suddenly you bust in 5th. So I really don't mind that fold, even though we can see that it would have worked. Important not to be results-oriented too much. This is going to have to
might think this
play
is a
as
shove from the button with 2 9s. Okay,
well,
he's just going to
well,
raise.
Even an induce, it's going to be a bit too strong, right? You want to get Essendon to shove in the pocket 6s and the 5s and the 7s and the 8 and the sourdough sometimes. Essendon's actually going to play it as a call, and it's going to be a fair fight to the flop.
Yeah, we're actually going 3 ways. Pair of jacks for Essendon is the best hand for now. Two pair for Essendon would be big, big trouble. It's a king on the turn. ZLT takes the lead.
And Limpiguden recognizing now that they certainly don't have the best hand. But so hard to bet against two players here that are going to have some ace X's sometimes. Mostly king queens, king tens and the like.
Wow, okay. Essendon bets but gets
bet,
called
yeah.
by ZLT. Essendon by far the shortest now.
Very tight fold from ZLT, really a mistake, and not going to be able to acquire chips here, which I think is unfortunate. This A7 would have surely played as a fold from both Fons and Kubala.
Up and down draw for Fons. Ace or 6 makes it straight.
Yeah, some interesting backdoor cards for Kubala, but not a lot of room to do anything.
Ooh.
So he's going to play it as a raise, which I don't mind, but against what Fons has, Fons is going to have to either play this as a call or a shove. Would maybe be a bit scared of actually just getting it in against an 8 here or something. So might just call. And that actually...
And the 3 is
Cub
actually
still ahead.
not good
Yeah.
for Fons.
Oh my god. Back
River
Tizzy
2
to
pair for
Pizzy.
Kubala. Kubala with a chance to value bet.
You know, I would think that Kubala would expect Fons to have shoved an 8 or a big pocket pair trapping preflop on the flop. So is probably going to put Fons on something like a 4. So might not want to bet too much and scare them off. And that's why we see just under a half pot size bet here. Nothing too greedy. Try to really target a medium strength, mid pair-ish bluff catcher. But it does not work against
Bluff.
the turn 3 of Fons.
Bluff catch not attempted. Folds around to Limpiguden.
Shove it in.
All the chips.
Shove it in. Shove it in. Shove it in.
There's the shoving it in. Essendon folds.
Limpiguden.
Jack 6 suited, 10 tray out,
Limpiguden.
6 deuce.
But shove a Grayton.
No face cards.
None. This is the tourney that doesn't end. What time did you guys finish last week, Joe?
About 90 minutes from now.
Okay. I think we'll probably beat that. As
I think so too.
Essendon finds that ace-8 shove, gets it through, which is always nice.
Ooh, sourdough suited.
Oh, we're going to see a flip here if Essendon can find a call. Essendon is last in chips with these 13 big blinds. You know Limpiguden's going to slam it in there.
Yeah, you can't go fold in this one.
There we go.
Too much crust on the sourdough. Ace
Ace
high
5 or
is
4.
no good. Pair of 8's good enough for Limpa Guten, and it's Guten by S. Essenen. Eliminated in 5th place for $19,463. Everyone else ladders $8,000, and Limpa Guten is mashing.
And now deciding between a shove or a raise here, I think. It's going to be effectively about 17, 18
Raise.
big blinds, but a ton of ICM pressure, and you can see how tight ZLT is playing. And this is just such an ideal spot for Limpa Guten because the other two players who have seemed pretty capable and strong over the course of the, final few tables aren't going to have a lot of maneuverability with this stack, and ZLT is just going to be folding, ace 9 in a spot like that and other spots. So don't be
Snowman's
surprised if we see this
Get a walk.
end relatively quickly.
I missed Snowman's in the last hand,
Nom nom. Nom nom.
but not this time. King 9 for Kubala. Just folds.
17,500. Ooh, limpy dimpy.
Is this a gut shot?
This is gut shot for both players, yes. Limpa Guten is going to put out a little protection there.
Yeah, I saw it for both
Expecting
players. That's what I meant.
ZLT to not have a lot of queens or jacks checking back that flop so quickly. Kubala right on the line with these 13 big blinds. Can certainly shove.
Doesn't seem like the
but
line to me.
also
That seems like a
mixing
shove.
Yeah, could have. Oh my God, very out of character is ZLT's shove here. So finally upping the aggression a bit, recognizing the power, and should do it again here if Limpa Guten affords the opportunity. But I wouldn't be surprised if Limpa Guten just keeps raising, and you can see how effective
Fold, fold. Next hand.
this aggression is.
Kubala lets it go.
And should be another limp here, or sorry, walk for the limp, for the Limpa Guten.
Walking and limping are in the same family. And blinds are up 3 million, 6 million. So fewer than 10 bigs, fewer than 10 bigs, barely more than 10 bigs.
Trouble.
Ace,
Trouble
deuce,
for Limpa
shoves.
Guten. Could ZLT even fold it though? And does!
What?
I knew it! I knew it! I knew it! I'm telling you, ZLT wants that top 2 spot.
Is there any ladder argument for that?
I mean, I think that there's probably an ICM, it's probably a lot closer than it feels. But it's just hard for me to give ZLT too much credit because we've seen way tighter plays that have also been open folding.
Can I tell you something about ZLT? Can I tell you something about ZLT? ZLT satellited in for $2.20. ZLT's
doing great.
biggest recorded cash that we have is $189.
Nice. Oh, and Kubala might make a stand here, Joe. I mean, this is only a 9 big blind shove, but again, waiting for something a little bigger. I think it's okay. These 3s are probably going to have to go in, though. Still have some fold equity. Will get through these 2 hands. You'll just blind out if you don't take this spot.
So just to go back to ZLT for a second, you can understand why they might fold nearly everything if 189 is their biggest cash ever. And we're talking about
but
prize
finding some nice
jumps
shows here now.
for 20 times that.
Is nice again.
50 times that.
Yeah, we're loving the Rudy energy from ZLT now. Great background info, Joe. Good job. Always count on you doing that deep research.
Yeah, that wasn't me. That was Patrick. I just read it off the screen. He sent it to me hours ago too, and I just ignored it.
Fonz, nice spot. 9 bigs, get it in. The carousel continues.
Around and round we go. Where it stops, nobody knows.
Where it goes, who's gonna know? Okay, now ZLT, don't get cocky. See, now this is a spot I would love to see ZLT have a shove. Yes, ZLT!
All right, found the shove.
In the hizzy.
Is everyone else aware of how tight ZLT's been playing? Probably not, but King 8, not a call-off.
Oh, no.
Uh-oh.
Oh, ZLT, you absolute beauty hero. Forcing the flip between the king, queen, and the 9s. Playing perfect poker. Oh, wow.
A lot of outs
So
to
many
fade
different
for
ways.
the 9s, although 2 of them are gone, and 9s do hold. That's the end of the Fonz. Hey, out of here in third place for fourth place for $27,991. Everyone else
Guten might shove
ladders
here.
up about 12K, and we've got pocket 4s for ZLT.
It's 12 bigs, and oh wow, just folds it. Wow, okay. There
Uh-oh.
we go. All of it.
Uh-oh.
All of it.
Ace King suited, cannot fold. Domination, rotation.
Here's Johnny.
Excuse me, domination, situation.
Here's
Now it's
Johnny.
domination, rotation. Accidental call off for that. Sorry, Kubala. I might have jinxed you there. Kubala out in third for $40,000, and now we're heads up. ZLT with a
Shove it in, Limpaguten. He's not
5.5
capable of
to 1
trapping.
chip deficit.
Punish him.
Punish him. Queen high ahead for now. ZLT in big trouble, but has locked up $54,000. Right now, they're just playing for the bounties. And those bounties are going to be about 11K plus another 5K, about $16,000
Oh,
difference.
ZLT! How do you limp the button and check down with the 6 high? You gotta bet some point, my friend. You
But
have the
only
stronger range.
You only have 6 high.
Joe. Joseph.
That's so weird. Why do you think you should bet with 6 high? That doesn't make any sense. I just never understand poker, I guess.
Min raise. Walk. Yeah, I think it's
Eric
important,
and I,
as
who
much
says,
as I'm-
lol, $7 difference between first and third. What did I just say? What did I just
Joe.
say?
Joe.
What? Yeah.
Sun's getting real low.
I'm always angry.
That's my secret, Cap.
By 7 deuce suited.
See, now this is a great. Oceloto Reborn has been a great little. Ocelot Reborn's been a great little viewer today. Goes, imagine the run he had to come this far. Poker is really the best card game ever created. Everyone has a chance. Thank you, Ocelot Reborn. And guess what? You get a platinum No, I'm kidding. I can't do that anymore. Oh, here we
Wow,
go.
deuce 5 shoved.
Shoved.
Ace 4 called it off, and a pair of aces. Barry Greenstein, ace on the river is good. Congratulations, Limpaguten. As I've been told means Limp Boy with the Hasbula avatar taking home $80,871. Look at that. It's not the same. It's not the same as second place. Zelechimik taking home nearly 60K, and worth reminding everyone that the second place finisher out of Poland qualified for $2.20.
Yes.
And previous biggest score, at least that we can tell, was $189. Pretty cool, right, Griff?
Boom. This is what the Sunday Million's all about and why we love it so much. 4 years. For decades. Maybe not decades, but at least well over a decade. The Sunday Million has been turning up stories like that. I mean, people that are satelliting in from all manners to get into the event and having a run like that. And it just makes dreams come true, Joe. It's just beautiful.
Yeah, absolutely. And just one last time, Fifth Eight asks, how does that work? The graphics showed $7 difference, but it's more. It's a bounty tournament, everyone. It's a progressive knockout. So when you win the tournament, you win your opponent's bounty, and you get to keep your own bounty. Therefore, it is worth considerably more money. That is all the time we have got for this week's Sunday Million. We'll be back next week with a Sunday Million yet again. But before that, a new episode of Poker in the Ears releases this Thursday, and we'll be talking to David K., PokerStars' newest streamer from the country of Michigan. But until then, for James Hardigan and Griffin Benger, I am Joe Stapleton. Smell you later.